There's no point, bro.
Okay. Well, I just don't understand.
The point is, what is the point? What do you mean there's no point?
No, I'm agreeing with you. I'm trying to tell him there's no objective point. There's no like for example,
I thought you attacked me. You're not nice.
No, I'm just saying.
You got to assume a point.
There's no point. I'm saying there's no point. I'm saying there's no objective point when talking to you.
What's the point of that? What do you have? Nargis, like, why? I mean, it just sounds like you have a romantic relationship with theism, but really, when you pull back the hood,
with simple God.
Yeah, when you pull up the hood, you basically it's just cogs. Is that a simple Jack reference?
Can I pull off the hood? There is no man there.
No, I don't think God is essentially a man, so I don't know why you keep saying that. That's very strange.
But you give it like personal.
Hold on, do that. You must.
Yes.
No, the moment you give it like personal qualities, the moment you attribute things to it in a limited way, you've already given it form, you've limited that God. So with divine simplicity, we're trying to build a God model in which he's free of time, space, not dependent upon his parts. In fact, that's his very essence, right? And he's extremely simple with no composition.
Mind.
Divine simplicity. 30 seconds to explain what is Allah. 30 seconds and then I go. 30 seconds and then I go. Allah. So somebody told me what is particular attribute of Allah. I mean, if you want to interrupt me, guys, just go, okay?
Dave is way fan on the Christian side, and I'd like you to meet him.
Just 30 seconds and then I go. I think today
it was you first. I thought it was
not so much interruption. The Muslim will try to interrupt me as much as possible. Okay, just 30 seconds and I go. Muslim, please don't interrupt me. So basically, a Muslim was trying to look for Allah, and then he just keep running, right? And then the Moses saw him say, look, don't run. I have something to tell you. No, I'm looking for Allah. I'm looking for God, right? So, and then he kept running, and then he saw Elijah. And Elijah said, look, this is very serious. I have to talk to you. Muslim said, no, I'm searching for God. I'm searching for Allah. And then finally he reached the end of the road, and then God came down and talked to you. I want to speak to Allah. And then God put his hand on his shoulder and said, look, you are Allah. Give me 2 coffee. Okay? So basically, this is what Allah means for Muslim. Okay? No more discussion. You just waste your time.
You want me to believe in Dave's God? Really?
Whoa. He actually left after dropping that ball.
Bars.
What a fucking beast.
He's a G. What did he say?
Who knows? That's not the point.
The whole coffee pot.
The coffee was so good.
I'll tell you who's a beast.
I really respect MJ's opinion. I was really upset today when he didn't want to
got the fish.
It's like, cause it's almost like you chose Adelstein over MJ, which like, that kind of hurt me. Adelstein's not even a Christian, let alone a theist, you know?
You make me want to go listen to the debate with Adelstein and the Muslim at speaker's corner. It was horrendous, wasn't it? It was just bad audio quality, or was it just blame?
It was a shit topic.
It's just nothing about it was enjoyable at all. So it was stupid. Yeah, I hate that. That sucks. I think Adelstein and Dylan Hunter was actually pretty good though, because I think I don't think Dylan Hunter like decisively just gets just owned in most of his debates, but I think that in this.
Doesn't he? I thought he got cooked by in the first round.
No, with Alice he does, but no, I'm saying with I think with most people that he.
No, you think like Andrew Wilson beat him as well? By the way, I'm not even bullshitting. Like, did you see the debate?
So here's the thing. I need to watch. I only saw when like.
Did you see who was mediating the debate?
Well, who was it? Was it Martin Davis?
I guess his wife, isn't it? No. punching well above his weight, you know. So I think he shouldn't be that upset by that. I mean, it might be the case, though, to be honest, that, like, his wife is better looking than Andrew Wilson.
Who is Andrew Wilson?
They talking about.
Jesus Christ.
He's the most orthodox. He's on, I don't know, do you know that, like, whatever it's called, whatever, podcast?
Oh, he's from the, is he the famous guy who gets clicked all the time?
Yeah,
Yeah, he's like always chain smoking and just basically raising.
Yeah, I know.
Out of 10.
Yeah. Hold on here before you go on your tirade. MJ, you didn't get a chance to do a fully orbed, robust defense of Andrew Wilson last time, and I just wanted to give you an opportunity to do that since I cut you
Why
out.
would MJ want to? He's like retarded. And also, you know, these guys don't even think you guys are Christian, right?
MJ.
It's kind of weird. You're doing this like trying to defend them, saying like, they don't even think you're a fucking Christian.
Doesn't that just show you though? It's not about just because he's.
It shows like you guys are like delusionally partisan, and all you really care is like. It's like what you really care about is like this cultural bullshit.
I
That's
think
what it shows.
No. What it shows.
That's what it shows, man.
No, what you're telling me is wrong. What it shows is that if somebody makes a good argument, regardless of what their commitments are in other areas, that's what you judge them on. It doesn't matter.
There's like no area he makes good arguments on.
Talk to your Uncle MJ.
No, I'm saying, look, regardless of MJ's position, I'm just saying, like when I gave him this caution or warning, this is why. Like I'm saying, he's not good. Don't embarrass yourself by aligning yourself with him.
Yeah,
If MJ's like, oh yeah, I'm not going to heed the warning. I love everything about it. Okay, that's fine.
See what he does. You wanted to hear from about Adelstein, and I said, I overtalked that.
Yes, no, just that's
right. So let's be fair.
Go, MJ, go, MJ, go,
MJ, go, MJ, go, MJ, go.
We're not allowed like bar area right now.
That's okay.
He's like, I'm with Andrew Wilson right now.
MJ, we want to hear. It's going to put you in very good graces with everyone here. He's going to have a great deal of love and respect for your appreciation.
MJ,
go, MJ.
I mean, which part? Like,
is there what? Just be honest. Like,
oh, thank you.
Where do you think Wilson get back? Where do you think he's good?
As far as the cultural war stuff?
Yeah, any position you defend.
I resonate with pretty much all of his arguments.
Okay. Well, that's
give us an example.
I guess we can start with that force doctrine. That seems to make sense to me.
The what, sorry?
The force doctrine.
I don't know what that even means. Is that English?
That's what he's famous for.
Yeah, see, Timothy doesn't know who Andrew Wilson actually is.
What is it? What is the word or words that you're saying?
The force doctrine, it's
Force doctrine.
That's no worse.
It's like forced.
So I just can't hear you, so I'm not sorry. I just
that weird loud
Is it the force doctrine?
Yeah.
Like FORCE.
I can explain it since he's long, he's got background noise. The force doctrine is just saying that women, and this is something Andrew agrees with, women only have rights because men enforce those rights, and that women don't have the physical force to give themselves rights. So it's like a self-defeating thing, that if they want rights, they have to use force. And in order to have the force to get the rights, they have to use men.
What's the point? Sorry, when you say you agree with him, you agree with the observation that
No, I'm saying Andrew agrees.
No, I know, not of course with MJ. Saying when you say you agree with him on that, you agree with him on the fact that like men would win a war against women.
I don't think she said she agrees with that either.
It's a nuanced point.
I'm talking to Mary Jane.
That was funny.
On a roll today. I'll hug to
It's good. I was here.
Funniest shit I've ever said. It's like the best thing ever. But yeah, sorry, you agree with the doctrine, so what does that mean? Oh, you just like, you think it's a reality that like men are stronger than women, like if they would like to go to war with us to enforce their rights, they would lose. Is that the insight?
It's basically, let me see if I can nail it down. It's supposed to be an asymmetry, between men and women that is supposed to be support for the patriarchy, which is like contrary to like equality doctrines and egalitarian doctrines that seem to be presupposed by different versions of feminism. And one of these points is just that rights are secured by force, and there's a monopoly on force that's predominantly like taken over by men. And it's not a denial that women don't have power, it's just that if they do have power, it's power backed up by force, which is backed up by the power that men wield in different sectors of society. Like the police or the army.
Really loud.
No, but wait. This is the thing I'm confused about. It's like, usually when someone says like, oh, I agree with so and so, they're talking about like kind of normative kind of like judgments, right? Like I don't think they're like for instance, like I probably do agree with Hitler, but like this, the sun rose on the 2nd of February. We probably do agree with each other on that. It's like I don't want it. When someone says like, do you agree with Adolf Hitler? I doubt they're talking about just like, oh, do you agree with kind of trivial facts about reality or trivial? Okay, so usually it's like the normative stuff, right? So that this quote unquote false doctrine, and it's like maybe there is some kind of like prescriptions contained within it. But based on what you're saying to me now, it's like, oh, okay, force ultimately is the thing that ensures rights. Men have, can sort of generate more force than women, and as such, they're the ones who are responsible for the rights that women have. Okay, that's cool. But it doesn't seem to prescribe whether or not women should have equal rights, even if it's the case that men.
That's exactly right. Because people have asked him this, and he's like, well, that's a separate issue. Whether or not they should have rights is a separate issue. Because the whole thing is just like, you're exactly right, Timothy. It doesn't really.
Well, that's a nuanced issue as well, because you have to. How annoying is my background sound, by the way? Should I just wait until I get my phone?
No, you're fine. You do what you're trying to say, because it's hard to get you to speak.
No, actually, it's desperate. He's like, just please something.
If all the women of the world didn't give up any nookie any longer, the whole world would crumble to me.
Well, I mean, there's a point to be said in response to that too. Like, men could just take that. There's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, it gets to these descriptors that are a little like in your face. When Andrew Wilson says it, I think he's very aggressive about it. But at the end of the day, when I analyze it, I mean, it's persuasive. I mean, I could be wrong. Is that right now?
But in a world that has
Not exactly.
What is this?
I'm responding to you.
Man, James about to respond. What do you mean that? You say this like, what is persuasive?
It's just as I've, wrestled with like the pros and cons of the position, as you would with any position, you just kind of see that it seems to have plausibility no matter.
I mean, is it prescribing something? Or what's it telling you? What's it telling you other than like, oh, it looks like men are a lot stronger if there were to be a war. We could deprive women of their rights. Okay.
Well, the prescriptions would be like, the prescriptions could be like constructed like with ends in mind. So like at the end of the day, like the end, like from Andrew Wilson's point of view, is the protection of women. And so the rights should be distributed such that the women are protected, the more vulnerable men are protected. The distribution of rights should reflect that, because we're interested in the protection of women. But when you analyze exactly what the right have to say, oh, sorry, go ahead.
So I'm saying, is the idea that in light of this reality, that they shouldn't have as much say in terms of the distribution of rights? Is that the point?
No, they should. So they should have just as much of a say. It's just that the power that backs up that right that's going to be equally distributed will be asymmetrically supported by men. Is a monopoly on force.
That's like a trick. I know. It's like a trick.
It's supposed to cut at the root of the egalitarian stuff. But I just said the normative stuff is anchored to your end. So if you have an end in mind, you got a prescription.
Would they agree with him about
everything I've been saying? Let's talk. Which part?
Okay, so if I say I agree with Hitler, do you think it's fair for me to present the fact that you think that's fair? It's like a reasonable way of me employing the term.
I don't think I'm talking about banalities like the sunrise. I'm talking about the symmetry between force.
Okay, so let's say someone disagrees with you. And what are you going to tell me? That like, oh, on average, men are a lot stronger than women, and on average, like, it was right. And if there was to be a war in which force were attempted to be exerted by both sides, men would win. You don't think that's a trivial point?
Say that again.
I don't know what you mean by trivial. Don't think if women were to say no, we're going to enforce our own rights physically against men. You don't think it's trivial to say that they would likely lose, and most people have that in them.
That's a non-trivial point. How is that trivial?
You think that most people are walking around thinking, if there was a true and honest production in the war, women would have a legit job.
Yes, you should listen to some of the debates Andrew has. The women say exactly that.
Teenage feminists with teenage OnlyFans Instagram models.
That's just bullshit, Timothy. What you just said is
actually true. That's literally what he's known.
That's really not true at all. Like, that's demonstrably false. I'm sorry.
But I get it. Like, you're a super fan, where you're his like unofficial biographer. But no, 90% of what he does is argue, calls them and tell them that and ask them to give themselves ratings, and then like basically responds with, no, your value is in fact half of that.
Yeah, that's like one aspect of his career. He does other things. He debates other people, decides.
I mean, that's popular for. I don't know. I know, like, you're probably in this like whole.
That wasn't my point.
Like most people who know him.
Your original claim was that all he does is debate these girls. That's just not true.
That's correct.
Oh yeah, hashtag not all.
No, come on.
Very reasonable.
Dude, he's debated like hundreds and hundreds of people.
Like, you're saying the top. Yeah, you're saying some top feminist. So yeah, anybody he's debated, some top feminist advocate he's debated has put forth some theory that basically requires them to believe that like women are stronger than men, or at least.
Yeah, watch the debates. I mean, you're just demonstrating.
Oh, alright, tell me, I'll watch one. Tell me.
Oh my God, look them up. I got a playlist on my YouTube that has like over 300.
Is that like one from memory? Because this was a particularly
No, I don't fantasize about them all day. No, I mean I can give you links.
So you remembering a debate is equivalent to you fantasizing about the event?
No, what's equivalent to me fantasizing about it? I just drop the YouTube title for you, like on demand in a bar while I'm eating.
Yeah, Andrew Wilson debates feminist. Do you know what you're gonna find if you type in Andrew Wilson debates feminist on YouTube? All the OnlyFans models that you've forgotten about.
That's just not true.
That's right.
That's just not true. You won't just find that. That's just not true. I love you to death, man, but it's just wrong.
I said that's what you will find. I say only, like, I don't know, you guys, like, it seems like your knee-jerk response to it is like, hashtag not all. It's just like,
it's not even mostly. It's not even mostly.
It's often though, and you make it
He did a whole debate career prior to his participation on whatever podcast.
Wait, stop. Andrew Wilson debates feminists. Andrew Wilson triggers feminist brat, whatever clip. Andrew Wilson versus radical feminists. Guess what platform he's on? Whatever. What are women's duties in society?
Really popular.
Andrew Wilson versus college feminist. Rematch. Brain dead feminist destroyed by Andrew Wilson's simple question. Andrew Wilson versus college feminist. Rematch 2.
And I love the video.
Feminist. Guess what all of these are on? Whatever. Piers Morgan, piece of shit. Andrew Wilson is going for feminist. Guess what? 2 blonde type bimbos and his wife. Like, the fuck out there, bro. Like, he's so serious debater, bro.
He's listed 7 videos. A bunch of videos, man, where he does like 4-hour long videos sometimes.
Yeah, I get it. I hate it.
And like, I don't even care about that. I care about the honestly. So, but like, he's debated anybody. He debates anybody. He debated you. He debated Skylar Fiction. The guy has like 1,000 subs.
Let's retrace our steps. I said to you, hey, what's something you agree with? Because Andrew prompted you. And you said, yeah, this doctrine. And I said, what are the prescriptions? Like, give me the normative content of this like doctrine. And you said, hey, and you said, here. And then what you end up saying is like, oh, you said that stuff is like kind of gray. I don't have like, he even, isn't sure about like what should be done or what exactly it prescribes. But like, it's non-trivial about it. It's just positive. It's just a description of the reality. It's just like, hey, look, it's the case that women have rights because essentially men are prepared to enforce them. That's why women have rights. And I'm saying, yeah, but I think that's really kind of trivial. And then you say, this is not. It's hotly contested. People do generally debate the strength differences between men and women, whether or not they can enforce rights. And I said, like, who? Like, who are these important people? You said he debates them all the time. And I said, wait a minute. He debates teenagers all the time. So I said, he debates teenagers. And then you said, no.
The more you represent this, the more you don't know.
That's what happened, though. And then I say, you got me someone competent. And then you say, I don't remember their name because I don't fantasize about them. Apparently that's what's required. You present the names. Just one person competent.
That's just not true either.
And then you said, that's on YouTube. So I put it on YouTube. And you know what I find interesting?
All right, so Andrew, for now on, for me to discuss this issue honestly, productively, any kind of semblance of edification, I only, as a rule, when I'm discussing anything with Timothy, is that we go one issue at a time. If I can't do this issue, I can't do it. Literally every step in that issue is wrong, and I don't have to remember.
Wait, Andrew. I just want to know if I'm gonna have any respect for anyone after this. Is that not an accurate retracing of the steps? I don't know. Be honest, bro. Because I don't know what do you think is false about what I said? Tell me the point where I went wrong.
All hyperbole.
This is a tactic, Andrew. Just ignore them.
Yeah,
One issue at a time.
You're a coward. You're a coward, bro.
How am I a coward?
I think that you need to remember the
You're like a rhetoric, rhetoric-filled like liar. You gotta relax.
What did I lie about? What did I lie about?
That I'm a coward. That's just not true.
I'm saying you're a coward now because I asked you a question and you're right.
It's not true. That's a lie.
Tell me the point of divergence. What did I say now in the steps I just laid out that is false?
Yeah, you
what did I need to
30
represent?
steps, dude. 30 of them.
But just tell me one. So he's had lots of debates against prominent fucking feminists, but you don't remember their names. And also, I'm wrong and I lied about what I said, but you don't remember what, even though it happened 10 seconds ago.
The fact of the matter is that when I made the fantasized comment, it wasn't in the context of me remembering a feminist name. It was remembering a YouTube video. You won't even let me finish. You won't even let me finish.
Please don't trust that.
He's a rhetorician. Let me freaking finish the point, Timothy. You're making me yell at the bar. Come on, just be quiet for a second.
Alright, go on, bro.
You asked me for one example. You won't even let me finish. The fantasizing comment wasn't in the context of me naming a feminist off the top of my head. It was in the context of me naming an explicit YouTube video. That's what it was about. Why do I remember that? Because I remember why I said it. There's one out of your 30.
To be honest, you said, but cool, maybe I have, but like, just to be honest, like, that's just like that's a silly kind of thing.
You asked me to name one.
Alright, now you want to respond to you now?
No.
See, that's what it is. Because you said, shut up. I had to shut up then, and I'll speak, and you can
fuck this shit. You're never come back in here again. You guys fuck
shut up, bro. Shut up. Such a fucking emotional rant.
That's like, what's that called? The force doctrine?
That's so stupid. If someone says to you, tell me the name of the fucking feminist, presumably that would fucking comprise the title of the YouTube video. That's the most dishonest hack shit ever. Like I said to him, yeah, tell me who he's debated. And then you say, it's not like I fucking fantasize about it. But whether or not that's the actual YouTube, the title of the YouTube video, right? Or it's literally the name of the prominent feminist, because clearly that's what I was fucking asking for. Okay? And obviously, like that, what was required there is the name. So if you knew the name, but you didn't know the title of the fucking YouTube video, you wouldn't say like, you don't fantasize about it. You say, it's so and so, I don't justification for why you don't remember the name of that video, because he's not debating prominent feminists frequently. Maybe he has, okay? But that's obviously not his goal. His goal is to like humiliate and bully Instagram OnlyFans models, because that's the thing that curries favor with the fucking teenage incels that patronize these fucking people's platforms. Like, clearly that's obviously the strategy. That is the fucking model. You're cringe if you're in your fucking 40s following Andrew Wilson. You are cringe. You're a very cringe individual.
This is the funny thing that just happened. Look at this. I think this forced model has become completely opposite, because men, because of this power they have, they cannot communicate. Look at it. How many times in this app men just get to fight without any reason? How many times women get into the fight? So right now, I would actually claim for a man to have power, it needs a woman.
This is like,
the communication is much more important than physical strength.
well, look, it's about authority. I think the whole thing is like about who has the authority to do what. It sounds like the force doctrine is about, saying like, oh, men have the authority to grant or take away rights or do whatever the fuck they want. It's through men that things happen, that rights and laws and governance and stuff like that. All that stuff happens through men, but like that's just fundamentally false.
I know this dude. He's really cool. This guy, which has what should I call you? Like forever, Gaza forever. Timotheus.
Call me Dave. My name's David.
Timothy. Yeah, his name is Timothy.
My name's David.
He's a really cool guy. I have seen him like in the last 2 weeks in the app, and suddenly exploded. I haven't seen. So you see what my point is? Like you just have to poke the ego out of man, they explode.
No, but it's not. The point is like I hate this TV, like just stupidity. Like that is a bullshit tactic. Like, oh, he's so uncharitable. Like obviously you're under the gun the whole time. Okay. He's under the cosh debating this because he knows optically it doesn't look good. So he's picking what he considers to be the most innocuous thing Andrew Wilson says, because he's obviously some like a piece of shit online bully. He's picking the most innocuous, and he's like a retard as well. Like there's obviously doctrinal stuff that MJ will never want to commit himself to, that Andrew Wilson says. And he's like a retard. Do you know they had this guy debating a fucking 4-star general on Ukraine, on Piers Morgan and stuff? I don't know why. Chain smoking in his little fucking studio, just humiliating himself with his lack of knowledge. Just this like impoverished idiot talking to a 4-star general, and you see the 4-star general's face. It's like looking at it, they're talking about like NATO, and obviously this guy, because he's EO, he just like backs Russia. He's some cringe online conspiracy theorist. There's nothing about what's being discussed. There's nothing about geopolitics for in the region, because he doesn't do real research. He's on whatever every night, okay? And it's like just fucking the most embarrassing, that humiliating thing. And he's a military guy. There's no way he watches that and thinks like, oh, I like him. But obviously, cultural stuff, polemicists against fucking Islam and all the other things that MJ probably agrees with. It's like, yeah, cool. Andrew's put him on the spot. Okay, now it's tough. I have to pick the most innocuous thing he defends. But the problem with picking something really innocuous is people are going to point to that fact. They're going to say, hey, this is just like this benign, trivial, just irrelevant shit. Like, give us the good stuff. We want to know the good stuff. Okay, like, what are the kind of prescriptions that follow from this like doctrine? And MJ obviously didn't want to discuss that. Maybe that's just what happened there. But then like, dishonesty. Everyone who's not nice and precious to me is like really dishonest. Everyone who frames what I said in a way that isn't favorable to me is just really, really, really dishonest. Like, no. Like, obviously you're gonna do the same shit, and like, you don't think it's hyperbolic to say if someone says, hey, can you give me the name of a video? You go, obviously I don't fantasize about the videos. Like, the fuck? Obviously that's hyperbole. Should I be a little fucking crybaby spastic about that as well? Oh, you should fantasize. Oh, you are charitable, man. It's so wrong, man. This guy, people threatening his fucking children, and he doesn't want to leave the app. But you get bullied on fucking your support for Andrew Wilson, and now you're all shut. I'm never coming back here again, man. Shut the fuck up, bro. Fucking woman.
I don't know, like the extent of like how you. It seems like you and that MJ have like some kind of beef with.
We don't, bro. We don't. And people have been really horrible to him and insulted him and said horrible shit to him. And he comes back, he doesn't do that. That is actually, ironically, that is the actual reality of he's done that to himself. In the other cases where Sasha and Sully and all these people are being horrible to him, he thinks his position is robust. So that's why he doesn't get it.
Horrible. I don't know that they're horrible.
It's fucking insane, bro. Sasha's anyway, I mean, of course, bro. They've been waiting.
I'm not saying it didn't happen. I just.
But all of them have been, Piper's been horrible to him, whatever, and they're best friends now. But the reality is because the thing he's upset about now isn't to me, it's that he's a cringe lord for being a 40-something-year-old fan of Andrew Wilson. That's why.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I mean, this forced doctrine stuff just seems like, you're run-of-the-mill, like, radical, conservative values kind of stuff.
This is not my point. This is my point to you. I'm saying the forced doctrine, quote unquote, the one bereft of prescriptions. Yeah, that is just not an interesting thing, presumably. Like, maybe I grant you some radical feminists would disagree with that. Some radical feminists or some women who are like, actually, a 5'2" girl should be fighting in the heavyweight division of the UFC against John Jones. Yes, okay, maybe those psychopaths will disagree with it. I think generally people, we're not talking about the normative stuff, in terms of just the purely descriptive stuff about fucking bone density, average height, muscle mass. Like, okay, most women aren't going to just deny obvious reality, okay? So it seems like if that's the extent of your agreement, that it's something really, really trivial, let's move on to the juicy stuff, okay? Clearly, like, there's a reason he led with that. Because obviously it's a bit of an awkward situation, saying like, well, yeah, I agree with the guy who's a professional bully of OnlyFans models. That's the guy I agree with. It's like, obviously that's a bit like embarrassing, isn't it? So like, he wanted a really low pressure discussion about his agreements on trivial things with the fucking online incel leader. Okay? That's obviously what just happened there. But why? I don't think he did like, I don't know, Andrew, you put him in that situation, so I feel like he deserves whatever. The scrutiny he was.
I don't even know who this Andrew Wilson guy is. He sounds like I don't know, Andrew Tate's cousin.
Like, just some like fat dork on the internet who like advocates for fucking self-improvement, but he's fat and chain smokes. Then also that you shouldn't date what he considers to be promiscuous women, and like once women have a body count above 0, that they're basically whores, even though his wife has like 2 kids from a previous relationship with a junkie. It's like, he's just such an actual.
Hey, sounds like he's related to Andrew Tate.
Yeah, he's like one of these like red pill guys. He also runs Tag and gets just absolutely mullered frequently by like morons like a Pine Creek Dog. He's like just like an absolute cringe lord.
He's the Christian version.
Not a good look. But Andrew Tate at the very least is in shape, is clearly wealthy. I imagine like at least one woman on this planet finds him attractive, kind of independently of his success. Like, this other guy is just the complete opposite of that. Like, he looks like just like a cave-dwelling lizard.
Looks like a hobo, actually, now that I'm looking at him.
Forget religion. He's terrible. He's like he's EO in the way that allows it to be a bigger kind of. He's not like I don't think doctrinally sound. Maybe he is. I don't know, because I've never listened to his theological discussions. But like on geopolitics, like he's an actual child. Like, imagine speaking to a general and like to a former U.S. general and trying to like explain to that guy why like cringe 4chan Russia's superior conspiracy theories. That's the reality, and like he's just completely wrong about NATO. It's so embarrassing.
What's funny about that? There's funniest. So like, okay, there's the force doctrine from the Andrew guy, and then like in the military there is a thing called force doctrine. It means something completely fucking different. It means like it's about like the rules of engagement, like how your forces are like equipped, what kind of technology they do, like deterrence, offense. That's like the force doctrine in the military. They could have fucking debated that. As a random thought.
Even that, right now everything is robots, and robots you don't really need any machine muscle. You only need like your fingers and your thoughts.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm looking at his videos. It says like Destroyer 304 Andrew Wilson. Apparently he's like.
That means, by the way, that's a hoe, right? In this like. That's some euphemistic way of saying like, and not getting, like, I don't know, demonetized on YouTube. It's like, bro, it's like, don't get me wrong. There's obviously things you can say you agree with Andrew Wilson, right, in terms of, like, I don't know, if you're a Christian, right, you believe that, I don't know, God is triune, you know. But to align yourself with him is, like, very embarrassing. Because even in terms of the conservative values he stands for, he's like an actual ridiculous hypocrite. Like, that platform has 4 million viewers, the majority of which, or subscribers, sorry, the majority of which sign up there to, like, find only fans models to subscribe to. Like, they themselves literally, as a platform, promote this, like, degeneracy and depravity that they seek to rid the world of. It's like, so they're clearly not, like, sincere, genuine people. Like, they're not the kinds of conservatives that you would want to align yourselves with anyway. So it's just like an actual joke to say, like, to be a serious person and say, like, oh, someone like Andrew Wilson is, there's a lot of things I agree with him on. It's just, like, embarrassing.
I mean, other than the hose, he does have a video on Andrew Wilson supports a nuclear antichrist. I mean, he does have other topics too.
I think that's point. I think
that's the problem for most atheists. They can't be his close. And that's why you're not asking.
Oh, please.
Oh, God. Who's point?
You weren't even here for, like, the force doctrine stuff, which I was going to talk about rights right after I was done with authority. So, like, it seems like Andrew Wilson's force doctrine is like, okay, women get rights because men say so, and men get the right to say so because they have the force, or some kind of shit like that. But actually, like, that just ignores, like, the fact that, like, the Constitution, for instance, just exists, like, and it's not dependent on, like, how much weight you put on a fucking barbell.
Was the Constitution?
Did you hear what I just said, Midas? I just said that the Constitution, the pen that wrote the Constitution is not dependent on like how strong you are, like how much weight can you lift, Midas. Doesn't have anything to do with that.
But it does have force of the authority behind the pen. So the men who carry the pen, they actually have the authority to command men who can exert the force. You recognize that? That's how government works. So what do you think about that idea? Because within Islamic theology, right, it's the men who create or destroy the rights for the women. But then Christian society, same exact thing. In the Judaic society, all the men determine the rules for the women. So why would you have a problem?
Because authority is not taken by force. Authority is granted by recognition from others. Midas, do you understand that?
Well, can you recognize what a woman is? Because if you can't recognize what a woman is, you can't make special rules for her, right? So what's a woman?
Was that a yes or a no? What the fuck?
Yeah, the pen that wrote the Constitution, Midas, the pen that wrote that Constitution, that pen is called a woman.
No, man. What I'm saying is that because of the fact that the men control the army, therefore we have the force to give the women the rights. That's what Andrew Wilson is saying as well. But the brother can't deal with that point. I don't know if he's intelligent enough for this question. Can you define what a woman is, bro? So that we can make sure we have the right rights for these women?
Look, I don't even think you know what woman means.
Yeah, I guess a woman is like the kind of person who, like, if you have a conversation with them and you explain and you repeat back to them the things they've said, they get really upset and say, I'm never coming back to this room ever again. So last time you'll ever see me. I don't deserve it. I know you got my last 2 letters. I wrote the addresses on them perfect. That's what woman is.
Mary Jane.
We're acting like it's a strong man position, but for the most part, most of you antichrist atheist individuals.
But why don't you actually interact with what I just said? I just defined a woman.
It's very strange to argue. I mean, from an
why are you running from my point?
I mean, do you have a concept?
I just gave you a definition of a woman.
You just did that twice in a row.
Well, from your definition of a woman, a man could be a woman as well, right? A man who takes
obviously not. A man is not. No.
Midas, you're incredibly confused.
You're incredibly confused.
You don't even know what gender is, Midas. You just think all gender just means sex.
So this is what
Whatever
I'm
it is.
asking you for the
I'm trying to tell you, a man, like, brother, I'm telling you, brother, a man is someone who's like, when you repeat back to them the argument, regardless of like how you paraphrase it, they say yes. That is why I said, or they say no, and I'll tell you why. I'll tell you where you went wrong. That's a man.
Well, I think you just illustrated my point because of the fact you don't know the difference between a man and a woman.
I just told you, you're a liar. You're a liar.
I mean, this is why you have
You're a liar, dog.
because you have very non-specific definitions. You have no.
You can't get more specific than what he explained, Midas. He explained it so articulately, with so many like, it has such explanatory power.
Or any eggs, was that explanation not sufficient to
It implies.
in your perspective?
It implied a behavioral pattern by which you can recognize a woman like, I'll never come back to the true room again because you hurt my feelings.
Exactly.
You can't.
That like I can't be your mind. You know, it's genetically impossible for me to speak like that. I can't even. It's the physical laws will just not permit me, a male.
Oh, shut up. Do it. I know you want to do it.
I can't. I don't even know how do you do that again. I don't even know how you did it.
How dare you? I didn't lie to you. What I told you.
I can't.
Yes, you can. I believe you.
No. I mean, obviously I can repeat the words, but like I can't mean it. I mean, that's just impossible. How do I
Even Sam does. I mean, Timotheus, from your concept, right? Sam does that exact same thing sometimes. So would he be a woman?
Yeah, but
Sam doesn't mind.
Sam is genderless. Sam, what do you have to say here? Sounds like an aspiring trans woman. Like legit, he'll tell you that shit.
So a trans woman is not the same as an actual biological woman?
No, obviously, it's not the gender you're assigned at birth. So basically, like when people come out of the womb, the way the doctors determine, the doctors like say, make an argument, and the baby will be like, ooh, gaga, and they'll repeat it back to them, like, okay, ooh, gaga, and then the baby will be like, yes. That's exactly why I said it, like, slap him on the bottom. This is a male, you know? Or they'll be kind of like NJ, and they'd be like, you're a liar. Shut up. Never come back to this hospital again. Never. But it's like,
Minus what is a biological woman?
Elliot, he just
wait. You said something that I don't understand. Like, what is a biological woman? What does that even mean?
A woman who is born from birth with eggs within her womb and is able to conceive children.
You mean a female? You mean a biological female? Is that what you're talking about?
Is there a difference now between a woman and a female?
Whoa.
Oh my God, Linus. You're an idiot, bro. I'm sorry, man. No hard feelings.
Well, you're the one who can't actually define gender. You're saying that a woman could be a man and a man could be a woman. From your definitions are for women are very vague. So this kind of shows the hypocrisy.
Well, you've had this conversation many times with people.
Talking about the rights for women, but you don't know what a woman is. And everybody on your side, they advocate for men to become women and for women to become men. And therefore, you have no argument. It's the atheist perspective. It's pitiful.
You haven't responded to any of my points. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? All right, sorry.
You can't define the parameters of your points. That's the problem.
You're just speaking the parameters of my. What the fuck? I don't know.
You said your concept is about the forced doctrine for women. So I asked you what a woman is. You don't know what a woman is. And you also don't know what a man is. So therefore, you don't know the parameters. Have you ever been to school?
I know how a woman feels. I don't know what a woman is.
I've heard.
I demeaned myself. I had to act like a woman. And I had to demonstrate whilst like everything gave me pointers of how and what a woman is. And Midas, you're still asking us what a woman is. This is...
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I've sat in rooms by this where people have explained gender to you, like what does man and woman mean, and still you don't get it. And here again, you're asking me to define it for you, which just shows that like either you're an idiot or you're dishonest or something.
Well, okay. Define a woman, the social construct of a woman.
No.
I think that's a balance.
seem reasonable. So woman is a creature which can create another creature. What's your next word?
A creature that can create another creature?
Yeah. Think about it as a god. A creature which can create another creature.
So that could be, so pretty much like every insect, every biological thing is a woman.
They have woman. There are some biological thing which has man and woman. They are more advanced in the evolution. But they have man and woman in many biological things.
Are amoebas women?
My God.
You're science experts, ladies and gentlemen. You're science experts.
Johnson is serious.
No, are you joking though? Are you
No, I'm serious. Male and female.
So males will be the opposite. They cannot reproduce.
Male cannot reproduce. No.
Okay, but women can reproduce.
Women can reproduce, yes.
Okay, I can accept that definition.
You guys are both confused, both wrong.
Well, okay, do you accept his definition?
No, because there can be a woman who doesn't have her ovaries anymore. Does that not make her a woman? She can't have children. Does that make her not a woman anymore? Like, there's so many different things that can.
No, it just means that she's respected.
Is that what I am? Is that all I am?
Cool.
I mean, he's asking for a definition. So how do you want to define? You define yourself. From a scientific point of view, I define it. You define it from your feminist point of view.
Oh, you want me to? Oh, okay. First of all, like.
No, Nargis, you're the woman. I mean, Nargis is a woman. You define it from your feminist.
Men don't listen, and women cannot read maps. That is like a major distinction between men and women. If you can't get that,
there you go. That's a more practical definition of man and woman than the other shit that we heard.
So Dylan Mulvaney can't read a map. Is he a woman?
Are we still stuck on? If we're okay. Oh my God. Okay, a biological woman is a humanoid that is born with the XX chromosome. That's what a biological.
That means that's a biological female.
Oh yeah, that's right.
So what's a woman? They don't connect it to biology. So what's a woman?
Because the woman would be the adult biological.
You're gonna be here for a bit.
I mean, do I have a choice?
No, you don't, woman. I'll be back.
I think this shows kind of the idiocy of the atheist perspective on gender. And whenever they start talking about people like
what does this have to do with like idiot? What does this have to do?
It's very pitiful actually. There's no real counter.
What's the difference between woman and female?
Oh, the woman.
Like, why do we even have? That's for
the adult XX humanoid. Huh?
No, you're right. Keep going.
Oh yeah, one that has surpassed puberty, perhaps.
Wait, Elliot why do you agree with it afterwards, Elliot? You didn't agree with that.
No, she said something different than what you said, Midas. You're just repeating, on a right-wing talking point or something like that. Sayla's like actually looking shit up and trying to understand things.
Oh, I didn't know
She said XX chromosome, and I referred to the womb and the eggs that a female woman is born with, right? And the womb that she's born with. So you're accepting the XX chromosomes as an answer. You didn't seem too receptive of that, really.
Yeah, it's because in science there's no such thing as woman or man. Those are words of society, culture, norms, and shit like that. And it doesn't have anything to do with your physical stuff that you're made out of, or your physical who you are. That's not what woman or man mean.
So, man, are you a woman?
Did you hear what I said?
Hey man, are you a woman? I just want to spend 8 minutes remembering my man James Brown when he said,
So why doesn't Elliot know what a woman is? And why does he believe that he can be a woman? And does he believe that we should set aside certain rights specifically for him on the forced doctrine of him being a male and trying to impose?
Look, Midas, I just got through telling you what a woman is, and you're saying shit like, I don't know what a woman is. You actually want to have a conversation? Or you just want to talk shit? Because I can talk shit.
Man, just relax. Just answer the question. Do you believe that you are a woman?
Why would you ask me a stupid fucking question like that?
Yeah. I feel like this conversation is futile and Justin.
Midas is the greatest debater of all time, though.
I don't know if y'all want to switch lanes.
Everybody has recognized that recently, I noticed.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think it has a lot to do with self-actualization. And self-actualization is finding who you really are.
Here.
Look who's here! Look who's here! Go, Hans!
And when you're comfortable with who you are and you've found your niche, you're at peace with yourself. When you're trying to be something that you're not, for example, if you had a son that he'll never be taller than 5'1", but you want him to be an NBA star, MVP, there's never going to be peace for that person because it's impossible for them to be self-actualized. It's just not possible. So, I had one of my kids in Waldorf from preschool on, and they were trying their damnedest to feminize all the males in the school. They had them doing crochet and all this stuff. They were talking about toxic male energy. And, what they've done, not just in Waldorf, but in other areas, these boys have this boy energy. They want to run, they want to wrestle, they want to do all kinds of tactile things. They don't want to crochet. And so they slowed them down by drugging them. And that's against their true nature. So how could these kids ever become at peace with themselves and become self-actualized? So they were drugging them to get them to slow down, which I think is quite wrong. And they're not wanting to recognize the inherent difference between male and female or boys and girls. And I think that's a bit of a crime. So I think instead of trying to get everyone to be homogenous and the same, or, you could be this, you could be that. No, the reality is we were created to be one or the other. And of course, there's this paradigm. Every human is a bit androgynous. Some people have great feminine characteristics, and some females have great masculine characteristics. But at the end of the day, they're a male or female. And so you should just embrace that instead of fighting it, because it's just going to wear you down. That's really all I'm saying.
No, my God, this guy's gonna talk now. Shut up. Like, the only important, what are you guys even arguing about? Right? Like, you're just rambling and shit all. Like, the first thing is, the boys are boys and girls are girls shit, right? Like, there's no clear essentialism to the genders, right? It's a spectrum. It's a broad spectrum.
Of course.
Okay, so I'm not sure what you were saying then.
But I'm saying generally, boys have a different energy than girls. It's that simple. I don't know how many kids you've had, Noah, but I've had 5. And they go to school and there's these interactions, and it's so very obvious to me after having 3 girls and 2 boys that there's a different energy that they have. I'm not going to force my daughter to learn calculus when she doesn't have the ability for it.
Oh my God, you didn't pay that bill.
That's funny.
Hold on. First order of business.
You're chasing a myth.
So what you're saying, Bill, is that if you have a sample size of 5, right? And in your sample size of 5,
No, I never said that.
You determine what the nature of
in each one of those.
That's very interesting, actually, how you can do that.
Millet, first of all, let's bring you up here. We need some
Milt is still offended because
Second
I said he was a Khazarian.
Second.
I don't even know who you are.
Wait. Bill, I just want to tell you that just because your daughter may have shown a disinterest in it doesn't mean that she didn't have a capacity for it. That's one thing that I want to say to you, that, that's one thing. And number two, no, I think we're on number three.
I think that's my point. My point is that different people have.
Let me just finish. Go ahead.
Okay.
People they try to transsexualize have a deletion rate, self-deletion rate of about 40%. And many of them have tried to remove themselves because they're not comfortable trying to become something they can never be.
It's because you don't understand what fucking gender is, Midas.
Look, you can try to force people to be who they're not. It's not going to work. It's just going to make them unhappy.
No.
And you can encourage them to be that way.
But you
But ultimately, it's just going to make them unhappy.
You could have had a daughter that showed interest in it. Like, they exist, right, Bill?
Of course they do, but they're the exception that proves the rule.
No, they're not. Listen, Bill.
Really?
Yes, Bill. Surely. Like for someone like me, I'm just going to be very honest. There's nothing more hotter than a man who can do crochet.
Okay, good for you, because you want to feminize males. Good for you, and that's your fantasy.
Crochet is art.
What we consider male and feminine is just culturally dependent. Like in the middle,
I would say this, Nargis. If you had a flat tire or your car broke down and your male partner...
Stop talking over me, Bill.
Oh, okay, Khazarian.
Thanks. Alright, cool. What we think is male and female, masculine and feminine, right, is culturally dependent, right? So like in the Middle Ages, the color pink, in the Middle Ages, the color pink, right, was considered to be the color for little boys, and baby blue was considered to be the color for little girls. Now that's completely swapped, right? So like if there was like an innate thing about girls that made them like pink, and an innate thing about boys that made them like blue, right? That switch wouldn't have happened.
Oh my
So
God.
also it's like, anything that people do, right, in order to like open their kids' minds to like all of the possibilities of things they can potentially be is just seen by you people as like they're trying to sexualize children, or they're like just like some sort of program by the people in order to like change sex and gender. Like you're bullshit right now. Conspiracy theory nuts.
No, I mean, your son wanted to wear a dress to school, would you let your son wear a dress to school?
Yes.
Well, actually,
Of course I would. I would wear a dress to school with them. I wore a dress to like 23 consecutive fish shows.
Well, you're a Khazarian, so that makes sense.
Alright, well, let me see it.
Sure, I'll find pics. The drummer for Fish wears a dress, so I wore like a similar dress to his for 23 consecutive fish shows.
Good for him.
You want to share the picture you have with the Russian red?
You're pointing out the exception that makes the rule. The fact of the matter is, Nargis, if you had a man
No such thing as the
and you had
exception.
a flat tire, if you had a flat tire on the road, and this man got the car going again, you would find that very sexy. I guarantee it. But if he just said, "Look, I want to crochet. I want to crochet the passenger seat while you fix the tire," you would not find that sexy at all. I guarantee it.
If a woman did it, I would find that very sexy. But when I do
you crochet? I could see Sam crocheting. No, I don't like that.
Yeah, me too. I could see both Millet and Sam crocheting.
I've done vaginal knitting.
Do you know what vaginal knitting is? Why does nobody recognize the high failure rate? If you have success, you really have some self-deletions, right? So it's a high failure rate. So therefore, it's not logical.
Logical? What did you just say? Hans, Bill, sorry. My sister is a PhD in aerospace engineering. Okay. And my aunt was very, very. Again, see,
that's exactly right.
Yeah, and most, like my aunts too, are like PhD in engineering and chemical engineering, etc. So Bill, are you listening? This is 2025, Bill. There's nothing attractive about a man changing a tie, and as a woman did it, that.
Yeah, that's attractive too.
Amen.
But
Why do you think that's attractive? Why do you find that attractive?
Men who fix things.
Because like she's like a freaking badass. That's why. Because she's
Yeah, she is a badass.
She's hard.
Why
That's
is
why.
she a badass? What makes her a badass?
But still, nothing
Because she's
changes
not
the fact.
confining to her roles anymore.
Nothing
She lives
changes the fact of a man.
Nardis, you have to ask yourself, why do you think the woman that can change a tire is more badass than a man that can change a tire?
Because he's done it for generations.
Right.
Guys, this is really stupid. This is really stupid.
Yeah, it is. This is really stupid. It's really like right now.
So men are not naturally equipped for that.
I mean, natural is just boring.
I still think a man who fixes shit is very, very attractive. I love it. Like, I'm literally, it's like I ate a whole bunch of oysters.
Okay, that's nothing to do with anything.
So traditionalist.
But so the one thing I would want to say is that it seems like Bill is just putting forth a lot of quote unquote empirical claims, right? That women are less competent at certain mental activities than men. Men are better at fixing tires or whatever, right? But he's offered no reason that we should think his assessment of the empirics is correct, right?
Yeah, I'll just show you right now.
He's just asserting things
how biased you are. You only portrayed it in one way, but you didn't say that women. You didn't even begin to talk about what women are far better at, right? You portrayed it in a very biased way, Miller. Just now, you exposed yourself.
Sure.
Right? But you didn't talk
the empirics.
No, wait a minute. You didn't talk about.
Shut up.
You didn't talk about.
Give us the empirics or shut up.
Please be nice to Bill.
You.
Well,
Sorry.
if you're making empirical claims, give us the empirics or shut up.
The fact
Or don't make empirical claims. You know what I'm saying, Bill?
You're a Khazarian. You guys have promoted
What does Khazarian have to do with anything? I'm just saying, if you're going to make empirical claims,
think about it.
give the
You guys
empirical
have promoted this stuff.
Guys,
You're going to make empirical
Stop
claims.
being nice to Bill. Bill, I love you.
Exactly. And Bill doesn't get to speak on the stage often, so let's definitely give him a chance while he has it.
All I'm talking about is self-actualization. So it's easier to become your natural self, and you can become self-actualized far easier than becoming your natural self than the fighting nature. That's all I'm trying to say. That's it.
Bill, I have a question for you. If the guys here in the room. Obviously, they're good.
Don't put me on.
You kind of echoes, so I can't hear you that well.
چون همه رومون حرف میزنن فکر میکنی نمیاد.
Oh, okay.
We really dealt with the deletion rate. I mean,
So can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Let me show you.
Yeah, it's a bit
before we go further, I mean, we have to address.
No, nobody cares, man.
He waits.
Nobody cares. They feel themselves.
So let me get on with it.
Well, you're
Isn't it the point of religion? Might as well. Isn't it the point of religion make us to be what we are not supposed to be? Isn't it we as an animal are supposed to be very do very bad things, but because of religion, we are taking the roles that we are not designed to take. So what makes it right now? We can say that religion, we can be more civilized to give boys and girls, teach them to be what they are not supposed to be. What do you think about that?
Okay, I'm trying to understand what you're saying. You're saying it's a valid thing to teach boys and girls to be what they're not naturally are?
No, he's saying the nature of religion is to teach you to be like your higher self. Like, for example, if you that human beings have the potential, more potential to lie, to cheat, to whatever. all the negatives, right? So religion gives you that opportunity to like rise above that, to act against this base nature of human. So are you telling me he's asking?
What was the end? Are you telling me what?
That like boys and girls, if they are behaving in a way that, like for example, boys do not be so active, so girls can get the chance to be active. Is it a value? Does this make our society stronger?
So he's saying, why is it, hold on, he's saying, why is it then that within the religious paradigm, when our nature is to be like a woman nature, it would not hold the same principles that to rise above our female nature and embrace maleness? Why is that like not a good thing? Whilst religion teaches you to rise above your like human nature and become transcendent.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I think the whole point of religion is to get us to become just and righteous people, to be fair to each other. That is the sole point of religion. It says that God created man, but Samuel Cole created him equal because he gave people the revolver. So people could not rule over you by brute physical force anymore, right? But that just created another arms race. And now we're at the world where it's becoming quite obvious that we're starting to enter into this Lord of the Flies situation that might makes right. You got the Gaza situation going, you got the Ukraine going, and then you have the oligarchs in America controlling and with their power. So just because you have the might doesn't mean you have the justice. So the whole point of religion is to give us justice, a fair-minded view of reality. And just because men and women are different doesn't mean they're not equal. Women are every bit as valid and essential as men are. But to try to interchange them is just kind of, dysfunctional, in my opinion, because they're different. I'm not trying to get my dog to behave like a cat and my cat to behave as a dog. I accept my cat for how he is, and I accept my dog for how he is. They're different, So
my question to you, God, this is so stupid. This is so stupid.
Well, could you give
Dogs and cats are different.
if you could give
Male dogs and female dogs have different abilities.
if you could give Wayfound an opportunity to participate,
Right.
because Wayfound
So female humans have different abilities.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Wait, what?
Let me ask you a question. Male dogs. Let me finish. Male dogs are far more aggressive.
You're trying to tell me about like the nature of
Please control your hormones. Please control your hormones.
Or like stuff for themselves. Male dogs engage in homosexual activity. So they usually have to wear pants. Male physique.
I don't know anything about that.
Male dogs are activity too.
If y'all can make room for Wayfound to speak too, because Wayfound's been on stage for a very long time, and I just think that y'all should make some room as well for him to have opportunity.
To do Wayfound?
Well, I could be very quick, and I could wrap it up really quickly. I think male dogs, and I know this for a fact, if you've ever owned a dog, well, that's because you're a Khazarian. If you've ever owned a dog, you would know that male dogs. Because this is part of the agenda, whether he understands it or not. The male dogs are far more aggressive than female dogs. My wife, she's into animals, I'm into plants. She's got male and female goats, male chickens.
Bill, what's
and the males are. Why do you feel the need to interrupt all that? Male animals, for a fact, to answer your question out of ignorance, is that male animals are far more aggressive than female animals. Female animals are very submissive, by the way, in case you've ever been on a farm or lived on a farm or know anything about animals. That's a fact. And I'm glad you brought that up.
But that's not because it's a she dog. It's not because it's a he. It's not because one's a he and one's a she. It's because one has more testosterone and the other has more estrogen.
Well, that's what comes with the territory. Thanks for
I want to make a further.
Comes with the territory.
I want to make a further
One
point.
has testes and the other has ovaries. You're right.
Yeah, but that's important because there's a distinction between gender and sex. So, I wanted to ask this to you guys: like, what is it about some animals' chromosomes? Let's say a female's chromosomes. What is it about a female's chromosomes, a human, that entails that they have to, they can't go to work, they have to stay at home and wash the dishes and cook food and do the laundry and all this kind of shit? Like, how do you get from these sexual chromosomes to these roles and behaviors?
I think that's a great question. I think that's a great question.
Inclination for nurturing roles more oftentimes.
Yeah.
With the one that's lactating.
Yeah. And they've already proven that babies who are breastfed are far more secure than babies who are not. Not only emotionally more secure, but they're physically more secure and they're healthier. That's a proven fact. And I know that when I was a child, it was like the women were like way down on nursing. Oh, that's so crude and that's so primitive. But it's come around to people have realized that this natural approach is far healthier emotionally. There's a concept called attachment parenting. Kids that their mother has given the time to them to nurse them and be attached to them for 2 solid years are far more confident than kids who are not. And that's a fact, whether you want to believe it or not. So,
Okay,
yeah,
so there's a lot of
I think
facts
that's a good point. Are you going to deny that, Millet?
transgenderism.
Wait a minute. Millet, are you going to deny that?
Deny what?
That babies who were attached through attachment parenting and that were nursed for 2 years, are you going to deny that that's, oh no, they're all the same? A formula baby and a baby that was breastfed for 2 years, oh, that doesn't make any difference. Do you believe that?
What's that have to do with my question?
Doesn't mean anything though.
Oh, I think it's a very valid question because you can't very well say, okay, I'm going to have my kid and then go to work 2 weeks later and expect that kid to be as healthy and as emotionally mature as a kid that was breastfed and had the mother attached to him.
Women can
for the first 2 years
and go back to work, right?
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
You could just put
You don't understand the
question.
You obviously never had children.
You're so dumb. You're so dumb.
Oh, I'm dumb, but you're smart.
Why do you guys have this weird view?
I think it's just so obvious that Millis is not speaking out of experience. He's never had a child.
He's never completely you have an anecdotal experience doesn't make you superior in conversations, right?
No, Chad, can I speak now?
Once Millis does all you've done. Millis once done all you've done. But I can't say that for you.
Bill, just explain of course you can't, because you just like make assertions and you never actually back anything up. Explain the Khazarian.
Never had Khazarian in the way of life experience.
What's the great, thanks. Post support for any of your empirical groups, and when you do that, I'll take it seriously.
Your voice was cracking.
Yeah, I think
I want to talk about that.
Yeah, so I want to ask Bill what the Khazarian thing is.
Hold on a second. Let's finish up this conversation and then we can ask the other questions.
Hey guys, let me finish with me like 5 minutes.
Go ahead.
Elliot,
after that. Let's make room for others, but Elliot, I want to hear from you too. Wait, Sam, go ahead. And Sam, I don't know if you know that you're unmuted or not, but just in case, I'm just letting you know. Go ahead, wait, Sam.
My argument is this, that we as a human are fundamentally designed for an animal behavior. We have some genetic features, like for example, as you said, boys are just more active. But at the same time, there is a huge difference between us and other animals. Our brain developed much more than any other animal. So we can learn to behave in a way that we are not designed for. And that's basically the concept of religion to me. And I'm claiming that for boys to learn not to be what they are designed for, to create a space boys or the girls to be what not they designed for will make both better human beings, and it's better for both of them. And that's a concept of, this is a religious concept. I hear you that you don't want your boys, you want your boys in the school to be active, but the claim is that your boys being active is taking away the right of those girls to be active. We are in the same classroom, either we have to separate them, that we know some.
I'm saying.
What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm saying to become who they naturally are.
Don't do that. Lilith, guys, y'all have to understand that people on stage could be somebody's cousin, could be somebody, you don't know, like, you gotta not just be rude out the gate.
I'm not being rude, like, what he's saying makes no sense.
Some people say it like that.
Yeah, like, so there's confusion.
So I said, what the fuck
Confusion.
Given what you're
Not to
saying.
you, it's sad. Nothing makes sense.
So different than I don't understand what you're
Nothing makes sense to you, Sam. Only you make sense to you. That's your problem, man.
Wait, man, just
Only
please.
you make sense, man. You.
Yes,
That's like confusion. The confusion here is Sammy. Sandra Mike's open, by the way. The confusion here is that, like,
I'm gonna
okay, think about.
Mike just in case. Go ahead. I don't want him to poop if he doesn't know he's
He might be sleeping or snoring.
He might let one rip.
Oh my god. The confusion here is like I want to create a picture for you guys, and you ask me like, and then I want to see what your guys' answers are. So like, think about.
You are a student.
Shut up! I'm talking way back.
I was talking and you opened your mouth. I was talking and you opened your mouth.
Shush!
Hold on a second, Elliot.
You're interrupting me, wait, man.
No.
Hey,
Don't
you.
do that, Timothy. That's not nice. Hold on a second. Just 1 second.
Well, I didn't do anything.
Sure you did.
Probably Billis.
I supposed to go
Wait.
didn't do anything.
Okay,
I
wait a
approved of
minute.
that, by the way.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry.
I
It's
didn't
my
do anything.
fault. I thought you were done, Ethan. Were you not done? My finger
I
doesn't
was
count.
talking to Bill, and Bill jumped in the middle of the discussion and like talking.
You did that to me like 3 times, dude. Like you have like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's okay for you to do it, but not for others to do it.
Who? No, that's Bill.
Yeah, Bill's hands.
That's sorry, Hans.
Here you go.
What are you doing? That's you know, like.
No, that was
what's about it?
Bill.
Okay, can I say something there? Now that
Bill's name?
that's for, yeah, I think he is. When I was at Rochester.
I think it shows you
Listen,
guys.
I respect names and pronouns.
Because your arguments are so pitiful. But hearing you guys crash out is hilarious. I hope you have a great one. See you love. Much love.
Okay, thanks, Mike.
Brian
See you
Leiter,
later.
sorry. Oof.
Oof is right. I guess I'll still say it. Okay, so think about. Okay, I don't know. What do you do when your car breaks down? You maintenance. You take it to the dealership or to the mechanic, right? And and what if it just turns out that the mechanic is actually a woman, or she's female? Let's say that the mechanic is female. She's biologically female, but she does all the things that a mechanic is supposed to do. Now, in that case, is that a woman or is that a man? Feel free to, anybody can answer that.
So, woman.
Can you say it again, Elliot? I'm sorry.
I'm talking about like gender norms and roles and identity and stuff like that. Like what makes someone a woman or a man? I'm trying to draw
I don't think there should be like rules necessarily. Like this is only what a woman can do. This is only what a man can do. I don't think that should be the case. But I think that the inclinations that people have when they have a particular chemistry going on should be understood, respected, allowed, utilized, optimized.
his, hers, she, him, and stuff like that. Those are based on femininity and masculinity. They're not based on male, female.
Based on chromosomes, like right.
What about
And wait, I wasn't finished. So like feminine and masculine, those things are more fundamental, and they refer to stuff like behavior, social and cultural roles and norms and values and identity and stuff like that, and they don't refer to like your biological stuff. And that's the issue with people like Midas and like all these tribal idiots who think like woman just is the same thing as female. They don't get that. They're just they're morons, and like they've never been told this stuff before.
Elliot, I believe that you're right as far as, sure, you can have feminine men or masculine qualities in a woman, but when it comes down to it, what I overheard both of you agree to is like, it's unfair, it's not right to say that like there's certain roles or things that just a woman. What about childbirth? How many dudes? I'll take a pool. How many guys on stage? How many guys have you given birth? None?
Well, the word guy doesn't mean male. That's like the issue.
I want to be specific in case I'm being confused, at all confusing. A penis. That's what makes a guy or a dude or a male. And testicles.
No, it's not. What makes someone a guy refers back to masculine. It doesn't refer back to male. It doesn't refer back to your biological characteristics like your genes, your chromosomes, or like your phenotype and shit like that. It doesn't refer to that stuff. It refers to like
Elliot, how many genders are there?
There's lots of genders. There's all kinds of genders. And for the record, there are more than just two sexes. There's more than just male and female. Okay, there's at least 10 different sets of chromosomes. There's not just XX and XY. There's a range of those things. So even on like the biological stuff, there's more than just two sexes.
And you can have XX chromosomes and like present with like female genitalia. So like,
Wonderful.
what is that
All
person?
kinds of deformities. I'm not trying to be.
Yeah, but I'm just like, what is that person according to like
That doesn't make
people who think that like genitalia dictate what sex you are, right? If they have female genitalia, but they only have male chromosomes, one would think like we should go with the chromosomes, right? Because that's the like actual way to determine someone's gender. But for the people who want to just look at genitalia and determine it that way, they're going to make the wrong answer in those cases, right?
That makes sense. No, so if there is like a baby born with like a partial tail, then we would just call that one a
But if
dog.
their chromosomes had XY chromosome, that even if they did have some kind of a appendage that they identified as a penis, I think that they wouldn't be able to have a child if they had the XX chromosome, right?
No, I think you can have fertile XX with the or XY with the other genitalia.
No, were you born with two
Hey,
testicles?
Daniel, if you start giving birth
Or
to
are you
babies,
just a fucking pussy?
exactly. When he starts giving birth to babies, then I'll say it's fair. Then I should be, having these very physically demanding jobs that it would ultimately be far more skilled and easier for. I mean, it's not like it's putting women down. That's the problem. I don't understand society of saying that it's like. Like it's okay for guys to be guys and women to be women. And if you're
Yeah. It was the same in the 60s when women could only be secretaries. They couldn't advance in corporate world, right? It's fine. It's fine. Women can be women, boys can be boys. We have two mutually exclusive realms, right? Which girls can have these certain professions. Like they can be airplane flight attendants, but they can't be pilots. Right? And women can work in nursing. Women can work in nursing, and even if we have a shortage of doctors, we shouldn't look to women to be doctors, right? Because that's the male.
That's not justifiable as far as.
Why is that not justifiable? Just only
Once you keep virtues and we get it, dude.
Exactly. Yeah.
We understand that you are, a social justice warrior. You know, you get all the cred. We love you.
Not,
There you go.
don't speak for
No,
me.
no, no, no.
Not all of us. Find
Let's
yourself.
say that retort was Daniel. The important thing, right, for me at least, is that like if we have a shortage of doctors, I do not want to limit our pool of potential candidates to just one gender, right? Because then we're going to limit our pool to we're going to open our doctoring positions to significantly worse
Oh
people.
yeah. Let's have that female doctor deliver Daniel's baby. This will be a fun day.
Chris, let's have that female doctor. Let's have that female doctor look after like thousands of patients in her career, right? And have a better overall medical system.
No, you see how a man
You're absolutely right.
No, you see how a man talks to a woman.
Exactly.
Keep your mouth shut.
They run them over.
Right? And don't make me a
Run
sandwich.
them over, motherfucker.
There you go. Milk, that's how it's done. Be a man. Women will respect you when you actually start balling up. Your cock.
Only conservative, only like really conservative men will respect you when you do that, by the way.
You don't mock that
Women where I'm from will fucking laugh in your fucking face and speak like that to them.
Yeah, the women where you're from, they have penises and
No, they
have what's called self-respect.
They have like a white collar work, right? You have like a white collar job, but like these people are professionals. They're not idiots.
Hey, Gord, just go get me a cold one.
Come on. Well, then you are
Donnie, please. I'm being serious. Go get me a cold one, sweetheart. Keep your crap shut.
I'll deliver.
Thank you, baby. That's how you do
Also,
it.
kitty, like if you're that much inferior,
That's done.
like at like intellectual pursuits, like
Go get it.
None of you are respected by women. None of you are respected by women.
kitty.
None of you can get
It
laid.
doesn't make any
Right.
sense. Like
And this
you
is
guys
how it's
are
done when an alpha male steps in. When an alpha male steps
You
in.
guys ever listen to that on YouTube that says alpha male? Like the 5 steps.
Yeah, you refer to me
Like
as
the challenge is
alpha.
interesting, Daniel, but it's not interesting when you're doing something like kitty. It's not hard to, you know what I mean?
I don't even understand what you just said. But look, the bottom line is that if you want to get a woman to respect you, it's certainly not going to be by groveling and being a social justice queen. What, dude? Have some balls. You know you got balls.
Not about,
You should be praying, man.
That's crazy.
you know what?
You're right, though.
No, you should be pinching your chubby cheeks, say each morning, praying to God that you're not a boy or a woman.
Miller's,
I do the first one.
you're
Yeah.
right, and that's why
Because you're a pussy.
that's crazy. I
Kitty,
did not know
don't
that.
give me something.
Sorry,
I don't
what?
know anything
Sorry, what's that?
anymore.
Sorry, what's that?
I said I just found out that you can have an XY chromosome and have a uterus.
Yeah.
And I just don't know what anything means anymore.
It means that
You're born with 6
gender
fingers,
means
6 toes.
it means that gender it means that woman does not necessarily it means that gender does not necessarily mean it's based on sex. Okay, male and man not like refer to the exact same thing. Okay, they refer to different things. That's what makes sense of that thing that you just discovered.
They started letting little boys play with dolls. And, right.
Magic is in the whole.
The magic is what?
Is a Portland donut shop. It's logo is magic is in the whole.
As riveting as this conversation is, I do want Timothy to give an account of what happened between him and MJ.
Oh, fuck.
I only caught the tail end of it, and it seemed like it was a bloodbath.
Bro, please tell me this. Was the replays on?
But he was fired up.
So was MJ. I've never seen MJ like that.
Where would it happen in?
I've seen him like that a bunch of times. I've seen him feel like that towards me, but I've never seen MJ like that.
Sorry, Kitty. What did you say?
Oh, I was just going to say, Daddy, may I please say something now?
Of course, honey, you man.
Oh God, this is so gross. I'm gonna throw both.
Yeah, it's pretty.
What are you talking about?
It's pretty great.
He's asking her man if he could do something. So what?
I just wanted to know what he wanted on it.
Of course, baby.
there's just so many choices. It gets confusing when it comes to making a sandwich. I wanted to make sure I made it right. It's my little girlfriend.
Like, I don't know if she's kidding. Like, are you joking? Because like you were literally
No, she's not.
that women aren't as smart as men.
Look, why don't Daniel? How come you don't say that to why is it true that you are not supposed to say that to men? You know, like you don't tell another man go into the kitchen and make me a sandwich. Why is that wrong?
You know what I do say?
Because he's not my woman.
And who needs to be in the front lines taking bullets? It should be the dude, not the very feminine. I guess identifies as a female. That's not the one you want next to you taking bullets.
So women don't have the right to defend their country or some shit like that.
No,
So,
they fucking
just saying
can.
that.
You want to know about now?
Okay, well then which is it? Do they defend their country? Do they have the right to defend their country, or do they not have the right to defend their
women
country?
that serve in our military. Let's talk about some of the nurses. The chick that was like Red Cross.
Fucking nurses. You know, women
should be out there taking bullets, and that women should not be out there taking bullets.
Female doctors. Leave them
Yeah, I
nurses.
just don't agree with this. Particularly being Persian, like we have women warrior generals that were extraordinary in the Persian army. I just don't accept
No,
that.
you didn't say that.
Yes, we did.
No.
You son of a...
Possible women.
It's just the more and more we try to grade the line, the worse it becomes for
You
women.
don't want to give me a
It's just
TV
becoming
dish.
worse for women. Look, man, I'm gonna not burn my bra, keep them strapped up on my chest, go in the kitchen, make Daniel a freaking sandwich.
Yeah, that's...
After fucking baby.
Some women aspire to more than that, Kitty. Some women want careers.
Well, let me ask you a question, so Kitty. What is...
You can't have a job.
Just ignore it, Bill. He's like just...
No. I'm just saying, like some women want to be like,
No, Bill is just...
some women want to be like high-powered and high-paid lawyers, right? But they want to work in like business and like finance. Like they want more from life. Your small parochial aspirations, right?
That's really gonna suck when
Wait.
AI
And you just because you're a dumbass,
Can you guys just like fucking...
because you're a dumbass doesn't mean you should say that they're a dumbass
Okay.
too, and they shouldn't be able to identify for it.
Everybody, okay, drink water.
Got it? Village?
Jeez,
AI
you
is
guys...
right her over.
I don't know if I'm down. Okay, so earlier, Kitty, you said you used the phrase effeminate women. And I want to ask you, what does effeminate mean?
I think I said effeminate male is what I was saying.
I'll just ask about just effeminate. What does effeminate mean?
There is distinct differences between biology and like gender roles and response. What makes one person have feminine qualities if they possess feminine qualities can easily be, I guess, shown there's Daniel, and I just can't see Daniel having a lot of freaking feminine qualities, and I like that about him. I do.
What does effeminate mean? What does it mean?
I don't know. I like things like growing up. I had an easy bake oven, and I had dollies, and I like to. I can go through spend 45 minutes on Amazon looking at 1950s dresses, literally.
Well, that's.
I
mean, that's all right. You gave like two examples. You gave two. Daniel, shut up. Daniel, just shut up. Like you said.
So when it comes to
you said earlier. But just wait. Just relax. You guys left. Yeah, like everybody just popped up. I'm like, sure.
Daniel wants to let that Daniel speak.
Oh, yes, you are.
You guys just shut the fuck up. Shut up. Trying to have a conversation with
So
somebody.
I want to sit and daydream about what I'm going to decorate the baby's room in, and giving birth to our child, and all of the oxytocin that's released in childbirth. And I want to sit and bitch and moan and complain that Daniel doesn't get a period every month. That's these are feminine things that women do. There's certain I don't know.
No, they don't.
No, that's to be sensitive. I'm not saying that either one can have guys can be okay at interior design. I mean, guys can do a lot of things that women
women that were fighting in our army. But at the end of the day,
all I asked you,
freaking line.
all I asked you was for your understanding of the word effeminate, and you gave like a bunch of examples, like you said, thinking about designing a baby's bedroom, playing with dolls. Shut up, Dave. Playing with dolls as a child, playing with an easy bake oven. These are things that people do. Things that people wait. This is important. These are things that people do, not what they are. Okay? Do you understand that, Katie?
So now I want you to ask me how many genders are there. No, I answered your question. Now I'm asking you.
There's lots of genders. I don't know. There's a lot of genders.
There's Daniel.
There's a lot of genders.
Vagina. Two of us together, I'm gonna bust the baby out while he goes to work.
Absolutely.
Now, I'm gonna tell you that
Can you guys stop playing the freaking sniping and
Yeah, so I do believe that, one second. I do believe that some women are born to rule the world, and some other women are born to stay in the kitchen and eat bonbons. But there is one kind of woman who most probably will always be loved and remembered no matter what.
Like Ruth.
And that woman, and no, that woman is a mother.
Nailed it. She nailed it. That comes with us freaking.
She wasn't salty, dude. Dumb fuck. She was saying she was made for ruling the world and you're made for submitting.
I said there are all kinds of women, but there's one with a high probability of being
Sorry, Dylan. That's actually in accord with what I'm saying, because if I'm saying I'm dreaming about making the baby room and giving birth as a mom, I'm talking about motherhood. Something that you'll never, as a man.
She's so annoying.
Now there's a lot of women.
Look. I want to change the world and I want to eat bonbons.
Nothing wrong with wanting bonbons, Alan.
Daniel's gonna play catch with his son.
It's just like he wants everyone else to have the same parochial, interests and like lack of ambition that she
Mel
has.
can eat bonbons with his boy daughter.
You have children.
Suck it. Hey, there's JCC. I'm down with JCC.
Wait. You know what I mean? Look. Hey, focus. Do you have children?
I have 13 nieces and nephews. I have 2 miscarriages.
That's sad. I'm sorry.
Yes, I guess that discredits me out of this conversation because I don't know what it's like to raise.
No, you just say too much shit. You just say too much shit. You just talk way too much shit.
You stay awake with a sick child longer than our.
Alright, stop. You remember what we said? Remember that thing about like
I'm some dictator and I'm putting you in prison.
No, it's just no, stop. It's just too much. So you're at like a 9. Can you just dial it back to like a 7 or something at least, please?
Tell them to stop yelling at me then.
Alright, everyone, let's just let's zen. Everybody calm. Now, Kitty, what is a woman?
Does anyone else feel like there's like extremely annoying people on this app? Like,
I was already in the
Yo, calm, man.
Well, I'm saying, Melon would probably be better if he just goes and cries into his little dress.
I agree.
He's gonna tell me what 2 atopic pregnancies, and having a condition, and I think this is due to a lot of not just pesticides, but hormones that is injected.
Pesticides.
That you feed kids chicken McNuggets. Like if you worked at a chicken plant, now this is an all masculine role. 32 to 12-hour day, 6 days a week. And I'm telling you, after looking and watching how they inject, FDA just allows for it. We pass it through our lines. We send it to Popeyes, churches, Zaxby's, your local grocery store. These are hormones that you would think that like a child going through puberty for the first time would be like coursing through them. We're giving to them as prepubescent children in little forms of chicken McNuggets. Yeah, you wonder why you have chicks that are like 12 and 13 with full breasts I think there's a lot to say about lack of fertility from like mid-80s till now. I mean, it'll
research and stuff comes out about it, but yeah, no, I mean, like that has a lot to do with a lot of women not being able to give birth. It sucks.
Well, Kitty, I'm sorry to hear about your miscarriage.
It's okay. No, I mean, honestly, I have 13 nieces and nephews. I thank God every day that like all of them are alive, healthy, and well.
You just stop talking.
Hold on, Kitty. By no means was this directed towards you or any other woman here in the room.
I know that.
I made a generalized statement, and then these. Stop it. Rest.
Yeah.
And I think that
These savages.
you say that you were talking about Katie?
Huh?
Yeah.
Kitty just lied. He's lying to me. Stop it.
No, well, she can be, and that's why I brought it up to Kitty.
I just took it. I think it's a bit insane, especially if you're going to be a mod.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Fine, I can
I think it was a really
I'm saying, like, maybe it's honest. You have to be sincere.
It's fine, I can go down, but you don't have to lie against me.
No, but you're meant to be al-haq, so you have to just be very truthful. Inshallah.
I can go down if you like, but I didn't know why.
Did you hear what I said?
You're two-faced, but
What I
like your first day is what quality.
Why are you still talking? They were talking to each other, Kitty. What the fuck?
Well, it was about me, Elliot.
It doesn't matter. They weren't talking to you.
Just a sec, Kitty.
What
All right.
I said the most hilarious thing. I said, Naga said she was the haq or something, yeah. So you know in like Arabic, haq means the truth or whatever. So Allah is al-haq, means like the truth, like he is the truth. That's one of his titles and stuff, yeah. And I said Naga is the al-haq tour girl.
There was a missing from that, right? That's real.
That's really good.
Thank you.
That was great.
It's some of my best ones. Oh, did you and MJ have a little scuffle? What happened? Oh, yeah, you're gonna love that.
Is it on this replay?
Dude, I was asking you
He
when
said
you
he's
first
never
came in.
coming back to the room again.
I only caught the back end of it, but like you were both so heated.
Yeah. Do you know what's funny? Like, I don't know. Listen back to it and then we'll talk to Daniel, maybe.
See, now you got me on
I
your
don't
side.
know. I mean, maybe I'm biased. I was probably a bit aggressive. But this happens a lot where, like, Andrew sets me up in these, like, debates with people. And, you know, I don't know.
You wild out and show your animalistic.
I feel like, to be honest, I feel like it always begins reasonable. Maybe it breaks down because of me. Maybe it breaks down because we're oil. I don't know. I can tell you. I'll have to listen back to it.
Someone said MJ was very much out of character for him.
But
He was really
I
upset.
said that.
He did swear at me a few times.
Oh yeah, it was like
What the
like
fuck?
really bad. Like the part I heard was like really bad.
Well, I think this is what I said. This is what I said afterwards. I think this is a fair analysis, right? Which is people say horrible things to MJ regularly, and he doesn't say I'm leaving and never coming back. Not only that, he makes an effort with them. So it's either something personal with me, or which I'm not going to assume, or the thing that he was defending, he was embarrassed about. And what he was defending was Andrew Wilson, his agreement with Andrew Wilson. And Andrew kind of threw him into the fire because Andrew was like, "Oh, MJ, you think Andrew Wilson's great, right? Tell us why you think he's great." And like, you know, and obviously he was setting up like a debate between me and him because he knows that I think Andrew Wilson's like a retard. So then I think the reason he got as upset as he did, because I guess he was uncharacteristically heated versus like I'm regularly quite emotional anyway. So I think the reason for that is because he was embarrassed. This is what I think. I could be wrong, of course. Maybe he just hates my guts. I don't know.
McZed never even got to speak. Hey, McZed.
Hello.
Hi, Brad. He's a great person to speak. All I'm saying is I think that the line has gotten so gray that it's the norm to put men down, to make it so that they're such an oppressor and that they are have toxic masculinity, that they only look at someone like Andrew Tate as being like the leading example for a male. I don't think that's the case. I think that there's wonderful fathers, brothers, sons, nephews. I think that these like roles, responsibilities that are traditional traditionally given to men that are very, if you want to look at it as a masculine thing, sure, but at the end of the day, they do have, biology makes them a male too. And I don't think that, like, trying to, like, gray the line between what women can do, what men can do, is doing any benefit at all to women for sure. But I think it's also really, really hindering our stronger masculine male figures that we have. Not only in like a nuclear family, but a unit, if that is even a thing anymore, but like in society, in the workplace,
Yeah, my is a thing.
in our military.
Do you think modern men are pussified?
You don't even understand what the conversation was about, Kitty.
We keep going down this road. That's exactly. If we go take this conversation to the end of it, that's where we're going with it. That's what this results in. A bunch of really sad, effeminate men that think that they are.
Do you even know what the conversation is about?
I know the questions.
What are you talking about?
I know what the questions that I was.
I didn't ask you anything about that. Timothy asked you what does feminine mean. Timothy asked you. Timothy. Yeah, you're kind of trolling right now. And Timothy asked you what does a woman mean, and you're talking about like what the fuck are you?
I have a vagina. It's very simple.
I don't know.
They have
vagina, babies, makeup, ink.
Oh, yeah, whoever this person is, I fully support this person. Yes. You can do that.
So the answer to the question, what is a woman, is I have a vagina. Are you fucking kidding me?
Titties, vagina, hasty baked oven, doll, pink, lipstick, stuff like that.
This lipstick you put on today, huh? Daniel? I know he didn't put on any. All right.
You guys are being cringe.
Oh God, that word.
What is so complicated about this?
What the fuck is cringe and fleek and it was probably like in the 80s. I would have heard somebody say tubular, and I probably
You nailed on fleek right now.
I think they said eyebrows on fleek, but I think my
those two.
Yeah.
Wait, Sailor, are your eyebrows on fleek right now?
My eyebrows look like a wild forest jungle.
Maybe it's best we just change the topic because I don't think you people are even fucking capable of that.
What about nuggets? How are your nails looking right now? They're on fleek right now.
Oh, my nails. I thought you said my eyebrows.
I said, well, no, I said, I'm just asking you all different. I'm trying to get an idea of the level of fleek.
Turquoise.
I'm sorry, Elliot, do you think that should be more bolstered in society of talking to professors that men are
So they have nails on fleek.
do you think that is helping
Katie, where do you hear Narges about? We want to hear about Narges now. We want to hear about Narges.
Okay, all right, my bad. JCC, it's like Daniel. All right. Oh.
Yeah, well, JCC.
You know me.
I'm a JCC.
I love OBP.
That's other people's property.
What do you ask? Sorry. I wasn't refreshed. This is the actual color of my nails. It just
Are your
makes
nails on fleek or fleek?
Yeah. What's fleek?
I don't know.
Fringe.
Fleek? Oh, you're not even.
Means like justice. The opposite.
Your fleek means like awesome.
On fire.
Actually.
Yeah, they don't.
Yeah.
I got
Imagine a Toronto, an accountant from Toronto knows more slang than you. You're like
Jewish accountant from Toronto. Thank you very much.
Well, I mean that's redundant.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Now wait a minute. I like Yiddish, like butts and like those words are cool.
I like big butts and I cannot lie.
Are you
That's said on stage, everyone.
I got nails fleek. We should bring up. You know what? You know how you guys are kind of mean, Nargis and Sailor, because BB is like another Persian woman, and you guys have like blooded her into you, okay? It's kind of fucked up.
I freaking love Timothy right now. I don't know what's happening.
It's kind of messed up, right? Like she's like another Spider-Man girl. Yeah. That's like in our rooms all the time. And you guys like never act. Baby, come on, get my love.
I got nails that shine like justice.
Mark, are your eyebrows on fleek?
For your information, Kennedy, it's not that we haven't accepted her. It's that she doesn't accept us. She always has a colorful amount of things to say about us.
I heard in the chat from her that you two aren't Persians.
She used to come up on stage a lot, but she gets berated constantly when she does. So she just
Yeah, no.
If someone can make them purr, does that make them Persian?
Neither of you speaks Farsi as far as I know, so to me you're not
What
Persians
song
either.
is that? I got nails that shine like justice. I like a girl with a short skirt and a long
jacket.
Wait a second. We don't speak Farsi.
This was a freaking awesome band. I love the game.
So do I. I'll make any woman purr, and they'll become Persian.
BK, that's what cringe. That's what cringe is. Sorry.
No, I accept it. I love to be cringe.
Actually, I thought it was, if that's cringe, then I thought it was funny. And
No, but JCC's not like a teenage daughter. He like literally is the definition of cringe. Like that's his job. It's like his job is to just be like a cringe merchant.
I love to embarrass my teenage daughter. That is correct.
Yeah. There's nothing you can. There's no way around it. It's like you can't not be embarrassing. It's like, that's the role of a. That's the role of a teenage
conflation. That's a conflation. Okay, I have a daughter, and she loves to play with Barbies, and she often asks me to play with her. I want to sit down and play with her. She's 6. I want to sit down and play with her. I'll play with her. If she wants me to have like a fucking tea party and dress up and shit, I'll do it. There's nothing cringe about that. That's just, I'm not even finished fucking talking. Can you guys just hold your horses? For fuck's sakes, I was almost done. That is sweet. If she wants to have like a tea party or something like that, she says, Dad, can we have a tea party? I'm just gonna say yeah, because that's what fathers do. There's nothing cringe about that.
yeah, first of all, I don't want to use that word. If we have to, fine, but that's not at all. That's in favor of what I'm saying. I think that's what defines being a good dad. I think that moment that like you can sit down and that actually in Greek, what's the term for it in Greek? It's like it's a unique father-daughter love, and it's got its own term. Like agape is a word, but then there's a certain Greek word.
There's a Greek word for unique boy-man love.
Yeah, it's gay. And are you talking about?
Yeah, that's the term stick in the mud came from.
See, he's not cringe. He's freaking hilarious and awesome. But no, Elliot, that just makes you a good dad. That's good. You'll have a well-adjusted daughter that doesn't either fear men or hate men or, that's good. Now, if she didn't have that masculine dad role that can sit down while she's little and spend time with her and in daddy-daughter time, that's where the problem lies. That's when you try to sub in or make then you look at the nuclear family unit and you've got a single mom having to take on all the responsibilities of both dad and mom and having to do all of that for a son or a daughter. That's when you got problems.
exist. I mean,
Riz.
what's that?
Cat. I meant to say cat. My bad.
All right, what's? Oh, you mean like no cap? Or
No cat. Cat.
Andrew. To what do we owe the pleasure of your company? Mr. Andrew.
Albedo.
That's Albedo. So good of you to join us, Andrew. Thank you, Daniel. Have we talked about the nature of God?
We talked about how you suck. What's the fucking word for that? How you believe MJ against Timothy.
Andrew, what
blew up
the
in
fuck happened
disastrous
with Andrew? What the
So
fuck
you
happened
like
with
when you like sick the word when you sick your dog on someone. I was just thinking that you sick MJ on Timothy or him.
You love Andrew Wilson. You love Andrew Wilson. Is Andrew Wilson tough?
Star Power, thank you for coming back, brother. You don't like Andrew Wilson, Daniel?
I don't know who that is.
Yeah. Well, you need to get privy, my friend. Watch his 394 debates he's had recently. And
Bro, I googled it. It's Andrew Wilson is an American actor and director. That's what it says.
No, he's not. He's a like a conservative, like debater and podcast host and stuff like that.
Like politics or religion? What?
Politics, social issues.
Politics.
Yeah, for sure. He's on modern day debate. He went on Piers Morgan. He's on the whatever podcast a lot. He's debated a lot of people. He debated Destiny. He debated I think he debated Vosh. He debated a lot of people. He's a Catholic. I think he's Catholic.
Andrew Wilson.
Yeah. I think he's Catholic.
Was that whole? Were you on the phone trying to get that whole time?
I can't tell you.
I
cannot tell the lie.
See what I said? Yeah, I'm 100% sincere about that.
No, I don't. It's not even worth it.
I'm still being right. I'm not even doing it like I'm so like, oh, I'll do it.
But no, that's all. Like, I get it. I wish you guys were just.
And you know, I'll even apologize to him for being a bit aggressive. Although, actually, no, I have to listen back to him. I thought he did say "fuck you" to me first. I thought. License to get cheeky. I could be wrong.
I think it's good too. We're about to. Okay, I was gonna say we're gonna lose the replay. We're not.
And is the Crucible? Is that the podcast?
That's the Crucible. Yes, that's the Crucible.
He's like a massive, but he got cooked. Him and his little fucking cronies absolutely mullered by Baldenberg.
Him and would you debate?
Why not? I wouldn't like make a big effort to go on a really big platform and like expose myself. But yeah, if he came on here, I wouldn't speak to him. Like,
No.
I'm so bad.
No, stop. I'm saying, would you engage with him? Would you debate Andrew Wilson?
This is what I'm telling you. If you mean formal, go on his show. Of course not. There's too many people listening. If he were to come in here, for instance, and I was just by chance, if he was just to start speaking and said something stupid, of course I would.
Well, yeah, that's just kind of catching him when you can. But I'm just saying, would you be willing to have a form like
What am I getting? I don't get.
Well, I mean, presumably he's retarded, so you could just expose him. Go with that, right?
No, I think this is. I come on here.
You're going to give me the joy of watching you debate.
No, but hold on. But I don't come on. Like, I'm not gonna go on some major platform.
No, I don't mean to socialize. If he comes on here.
Comes on here, comes on here, I'll talk to. It's just about like when if you say like, I don't know, I think someone who's like, let's say someone who I'd argue like very intimidating to talk to, right? If someone like Ethan or something, Yeah, obviously we should all get it. The first time you ever came,
That's
like
not
even
that's not what I mean though. I mean, the thing would be like he comes on here and it would be specifically over one topic, and you and him would engage on the topic in here.
no, like all this like room title debate formal stuff. No, I've never been interested in that. It's too much like cringe pressure for me. Like you know that.
I don't know if it's cringe, but yeah, I agree with you.
No, like for me, because I've got this perspective. By your lights, it's like super cool to have one-on-one debates with people. By my lights, it's like I'm just talking to you in an informal way because that's like how you know.
Yeah, well, it can be no. Okay, sorry. I shouldn't say formal. I can see that. An informal scheduled discussion.
Oh wait, Jane. I know you're gonna think Jane is biased, but I think she has generally a good relationship with MJ. So I think her opinion. Jane, was I unfair to MJ? I don't know if you.
Did I cut out?
I disagree with her. I'm happy to speak to him.
It cut out a little bit.
Is he silent?
Oh, sorry. I'm driving. Andrew, but presumably you think I was unfair, right?
Well, I think you were framing it in a way that wasn't fair, yeah, for sure.
But I think okay. Yeah. I almost feel like
you have to listen to it though.
I'm gonna say something very insulting to you. So I do apologize in advance. Okay? But I almost feel like Sasha, Sally, these people's debate tactics in terms of responses they give to one another, saying those things in your presence is like cursing in front of a child. They shouldn't do it in front of you.
Oh, that hit home, brother. No, what I mean is...
You know what I'm saying? No, because like, it's just like, what do you mean framing? Well, if I say, you said this, I said this, you said this, I said this, you said this, it's either not true or it's true. You know what? I don't know.
Let me explain. You just asked what I mean. I'll explain it. I'm saying that you used a lot of hyperbole there, and then when you were mimicking it or recounting his position, you were using a voice that was pretty disparaging, like making him sound stupid and stuff like that. And it was I would say that it was definitely uncharitable at the very least. And if you just listen to it,
it's like framing I take to be almost like an illicit or a dishonest move, where you're saying something like, look, we can look at this, we can look at it from an irrelevant perspective, but one that's very favorable to me. But in this case, I'm saying, you said this, I said this, you said this, I said, what's my framing? What's the framing then?
Well,
He's an alpha. Got it?
I think it's I think he just wanted to have a non-contentious discussion over a topic that is contentious, which is Andrew Wilson, and so he's willing to talk to you about it. But I think just kind of the barrage of points that you were making, and then the way that you were like,
I wasn't really making any points. Sorry, just tweaked out. I wasn't making any points. He said, "This is what I agree with," and I said, "Okay, what's the thing that's controversial?" Like that's what I was asking. What's the barrage of points?
I think, well, the barrage of points what you did towards the end there, I think, but
what I did towards the end there was like it's very confusing about what was being discussed about whether or not your what you offered is by your lights banal or whatever, right? So I said, okay, just remember this is how we got here. This is why it is relevant for you to produce something, for lack of a better word, like normative or something, some kind of judgment, some kind of evaluation he's made that is like controversial, like as in that's like interesting to defend, right? Like not something really trivial. And I led him, and I retraced the steps that we had taken, just so he understood why it would be relevant for him to produce something like that. Okay, then he said, okay, cool. You know, like what precisely about it is dishonest. And what he said was the thing that was dishonest was that when I had asked for the name of a famous feminist or a competent feminist, he had debated, right? When I asked for that name, that like really what I had asked for was a YouTube video. So when he responded with, I don't fantasize about them, what what he meant by that is like, I know their name. It just don't have the name of the YouTube video, because for me to have the name, or for me to recall the name of the YouTube video, I clearly would have had to have fantasized about them. Okay, that was his response to that, which I think it's fair that that's far more dishonest than whatever the fuck it is he's accusing me of doing, which is just basically repeating back to him what he said, but not being super charitable in terms of the way I'm describing, each one of his statements. That's just far less dishonest than the move he tried to pull.
I would be try to be fully objective about it, because I don't really, I'm not in the business here of trying to disparage either of you guys. I think that if there's a way to have some third party that you respect to weigh in, because you might think that I'm biased because I like Andrew Wilson or whatever the case may be.
I mean, ask Jane. I'm not opposed to that.
Well, I mean, obviously, Jane does not like Andrew Wilson, and probably.
No, but I don't know what I think she has a decent. No, I said, I don't. The point about Andrew Wilson, I'll be honest with you, I don't need anyone to evaluate on the substance. MJ was embarrassed, and that's why he was extremely craven in the exchange. What I'm more interested in is, was I being super unfair in terms of the level of aggression and how quick I achieved it? That's what I'm interested in.
Do you want to know what
I disagree with what you just said there, that you don't need.
No, I don't mind. I don't mind. I respect that. That's your opinion. I don't agree. It's fine.
Okay.
No, I'm saying this. I'm not it's cool. I'm not upset that you got a different opinion than me. It's fine.
Okay. Well, all I was going to say is, why didn't you guys say no? All I was going to say is you got a third party listen to the exchange. I think you could just go point by point and see where it is that they're.
Yeah, I'm not. This isn't one of those things where I need someone who got a master's in philosophy to explain it to me. I know anyone that takes a different opinion to me in terms of the substance of the dispute we had, in terms of whether or not it was warranted of me to request what I requested, and so on and so forth. I don't need their opinion on that. I'm going to disagree with them if they disagree with me, whether it's Ethan, whether it's whomever. In terms of whether or not I was uncharitable to him, now that I will accept, a critique on 100%, because obviously I'm not.
You're saying perfect. You couldn't be wrong on the sequence on the way that went. Is that what you're saying? As far as the first part goes.
I disagree. This couldn't stuff it that's another thing I think that got me pretty irritated. If we all wanted to be super autistic about it, he said, type in on YouTube, right, so and so versus so and so, whatever the fuck you have to say, a feminist versus that. Okay. I implore you, I entreat you, I beseech you, go and type that in YouTube and tell me how far down the list you have to go until you find a video of him debating a quote-unquote competent feminist, as in someone who's actually published, or someone in academia. I promise you, I scrolled maybe 25, 30 links, and saw 30 links. Every single one of them is whatever podcast, and literally in the title describes his opponents as dumb college feminists. Okay, so if I wanted to be super anal and pedantic, I would say #all, literally #all, right? But the problem is if we have these kind of comments, so I'd be completely justified, I think, in saying, okay, if someone says bro, all of the people he debates are so-and-so, he said, well, not all of them. He may have gone to university and may have debated a feminist in his dorm one time. It's obviously I don't mean that. No, I'm saying obviously I don't mean that. If you're applying that level of pedantry to it, then I think it's already kind of souring in terms of the faith of it.
Right, that's not what he means either, obviously. It's just that when you make the statement.
That's what he literally said.
No. When you say that he only debates, bimbo women on whatever podcast, that's certainly not the case, right?
I said all, and then he said or maybe I said only, actually, I don't know.
Right.
He was well, not absolutely only. I'm look, in terms of the bulk of what he's known for, it may be the case.
Yeah, but see, the thing is he doesn't turn down debates. Andrew Wilson.
No, but this is what I'm saying. What's relevant about it? What's relevant about it is he's saying that this false doctrine is something that is to be agreed with, just the descriptive portion of it, because there is so much pushback in terms of the feminists and stuff, right? And I'm saying, that may be true, just to be clear. That's not what I'm disputing, okay? I'm saying, okay, how do we know that how do we know that Andrew Wilson is the champion of the force doctrine, and basically explaining to these academics and these professionals and stuff who deny something so obvious, let's say, about reality. And he's like, we'll just look at his debates. And I'm like, no, he's a professional online teenage girl bully. So that's obviously not what like we should be able. That's not what we should glean from like Andrew Wilson's catalogue.
Do you think that
because we don't see him debating? We don't see him debating professional people who are deranged and delusional. We don't see that a lot. We see him debating teenage girls who are delusional.
you see, yeah. So I don't know. I mean, I think the thing is having somebody that defends your ethic in the public eye, being, and since there's not really anybody that's doing that, I think
what ethic,
that people shouldn't be doing all this.
That's what I'm saying. I think you're right. I think you're right in that MJ agrees with far more, and that was the most innocuous example of something he agrees with.
No, wasn't it? Yeah.
Because he knows that would reflect poorly on him.
I mean, I don't agree with the motivation thing. I mean, you can say that it might just be. I mean, you can put it. See, I think that's the way you're
framing. Yeah, that framing.
Yeah, the way that you're putting that is that he would be motivated not to look, whatever. I think MJ's competent to defend his positions. He may not want to have a throwdown.
I don't.
Well, I mean, that's fine. But
he may not want to. What do you mean? You're like a ridiculously insecure person. What do you mean? Every second sentence is fucking caveated by, I'm a fucking retard, man. I'm so fucking stupid. I don't even know what I'm talking about, man.
Yeah,
the most ridiculously contrived self-deprecation. For what reason exactly? For what reason exactly, though? It's definitely not like befitting of an American, right? So where does that come from exactly?
What an alpha would say. Sure.
It comes from some ridiculous insecurity. Like,
I think that he wants to have relationships with people on here, not have it be contentious, and so he knows that most people on here are very against his.
Yeah, you forced him into it.
Well,
I feel bad for him.
When you say I forced him,
you definitely forced him into it.
I do.
He did not force him into anything. Like, just be honest with yourself.
Stop.
I definitely want to hear a discussion. I want people who oppose the view that's the standard view in here to be heard as well. And MJ is somebody who I think is competent.
This is an arena. This is a debate arena, and you're saying he doesn't want to confront. Okay, well then you shouldn't have put him in that position.
I'm going to say it's got to be able to balance what I'm saying. I'm saying that he wants to maintain good relationships with people here, but he also wants to.
Yeah, we can have a good relationship. It's fine.
Yeah, but I'm saying, he wants to defend positions that he knows are vehemently, opposed, and so much so that it can get hostile very quickly. So I think he leads.
It didn't get hostile because he supports Andrew Wilson. He got hostile because it's just got really key here. And I'm like I said, I could have been wrong for being. I could have been the aggressor. I could say.
Yeah.
Which I'm happy to acknowledge and apologize for. That's not an issue. I'm also happy to say listen, we don't have to move to each other. Like you're not obliged to, it's not like I'm this guy that whenever MJ says something, I jump on the back of the thing. We barely ever actually, whenever we do, it's really polite. In this case, he said what I took to be a bunch of stupid things, and I put it to him, and he didn't like that. Like that's it. And then when it got contentious, he hightailed it out like a little, like a child. I'm coming back here again. The last time you're gonna see me. So I don't know what you mean.
Are you saying he pulled a Sully?
Yeah. Sorry, now what? No, I reject that. No, he didn't. Sonny's the most manliest man on. He's the manliest man on here. How dare you?
I'm never coming back here again.
Sonny's never ever said that. You're a liar.
Yeah, I'm never coming back here again, and I'll see you tomorrow by 2 p.m. No, look, I don't. Obviously, I think that it's unfortunate how that ended, but I think I wouldn't really want to comment on the specific because it's kind of rough. As you're listening to something, you can kind of see where the missteps are and what's happening. I'm not telling you what they are, but I do.
No, please don't. No. I won't even push my thing. I just want to hear it, and I won't say a word.
But I got to finish saying what I'm saying. As you're listening to something, you can tell where the missteps are. But because I don't want to say something that's not accurately recounted, although I think I can say a few things, but I think the order is important, and so I think that it's better to listen to that kind of stuff live and then point it out as it's happening, because it's unfortunate. Like I don't want to recount it inaccurately, and it was kind of an interesting exchange. So sometimes I'm not logging it the same way.
Can I just say, whatever you think the account is, I'm just going to assume off the bat, it's that I was already correct, right? I won't even give you my response. I just want to hear what you have to say.
Don't fall for it, Andrew. Don't fall for it.
Do you think I'm lying? I promise you, I won't even give you my opinion.
I just think that you're. Well, no, I already said it, but I'll reiterate. I think one thing I could say is that you were exaggerating different points that he was making in such a way that really made what he was saying look like what it wasn't. And so I was like, so I don't know.
Is it any way I can get an example? Or not? I'm not going to get it.
Do you want?
Can I give you an honest
Wait, but just you can say no, and that's it.
No, I don't. I'm trying to think of an example. No, that's what I'm saying. I'll do that too. I just remember the sense of what I had, during the exchange, and so it's really difficult on stuff like that. It's like when I hear psychophysical harmony, I'm like, that's a good argument. But then yes,
can I ask you, this is kind of a principle, like a question about principles, not about this. If I remember, if I could give a blow by blow account of what transpired, and someone disagrees with me, and they can't remember anything, they can't produce a single example, do you think I should take their criticism seriously? Do you think I should be moved by their criticism?
You should, because I'm telling you that I heard it differently than the way you're framing it right now. And I'm not saying in a pejorative.
Why do you think? No, I get it. I'm saying, why do you think someone should take that? If they have a detailed recollection of what transpired versus someone who doesn't actually remember, but someone's like, hey, I just get this sense that something was off. Do you think they should take that seriously? Should they counter?
Well, I think because you were in it, I think the things that you felt like were offenses towards you, or where there was missteps on his behalf, those are going to be very clear to you. And so I think that you're just not going to necessarily see something from a more third-party perspective that might be helpful. And like I said, my dogs in this fight are not really, I don't want to discredit either of you guys, and I don't want to say anything that's incorrect about what took place. So I don't know.
I spend pretty much every single exchange we have criticizing the views you hold, and I appreciate the fact that you don't think it personally. You think I'm going to get upset if you're like, oh, this is why you're wrong? Just say it. I don't give a shit. I still disagree.
That's why I already told you. I think the hyperbole was the first misstep that you were doing. I think that was you drew first blood in that sense.
Yeah, but I'm saying I heard that, and I'm not going to challenge that. I'm just saying, you just said just now, I don't want to offend either of you. I'm saying, with me, it's I agree with you, and then I apologize, or I don't agree with you, and that's it. That's it.
What I mean by that is, it's not like just because he's defending Andrew Wilson, or because I think you're being a liberal cuck, or whatever the case may be. I'm not going to. I'm going to be as objective as possible because I care about both of you guys. So I'm not. This isn't like me just being like, just because I'm not some part. It's not some partisan thing going on right now. So but that being said,
I don't mind either.
I'm just telling you my assessment of the exchange was that you kind of ramped up hostility. Yeah, and uncharitably hyperbolic, and that just the combination there. I think they just felt that at some point, and so he kind of snapped. And I think he overdid it on the end there. I think he shouldn't have. That's not the way to close out the conversation. but
I know why he got upset. He got upset because I told him to shut up.
Yeah, you were pretty.
That's what I'm saying. So those kinds of things, those pockets, I'm happy to go that's rude, my bad. I don't hate you, so I shouldn't approach you, talk to you like that. But at the same time, I hate when people do this dumb shit where it's like you make your point and someone goes, this is why you're wrong. They go, you know what, dude? I don't even care. Alright, say that on mute then. Just go do what you did. Go fucking eat some peanuts at the bar then. Let me finish what I'm saying. So It doesn't need to be to you, you know. But you said that you wanted to say to me. So if there's like, at the very least, it seems like, you know, you should reciprocate there at least and allow me to respond. If you don't want to, it shouldn't be that you get to dictate to me whether or not I'm speaking now. Like, that's like dumb. So obviously, yeah, I reacted. I tried to shut up a few times, but even then, look, Andrew, between me and you, like, you know, like, this is what I said after I said, yeah, between me and you and everyone else listening, right? It's like, I said, you know what other people have said to him, and he's made an effort with those people. Some of the most deplorable shit. Like, what I said didn't even get close. In fact, nothing I ever said was super personal other than being coward.
I actually agree with that.
Okay. So for him to get this upset with me today, it is either that he's very embarrassed about the position he's defending, and that whatever he said, he's embarrassed by himself, or he has some like kind of personal issue, which both are cool, like not that deep, but it can't be the case that like, what I did now is beyond the pale, because I swear like what I've said is not like the most egregious thing I've said to him today is that he's a coward. Like, come on, bro. And I'm not even talking about in your life. I'm saying based on this. I'm saying based on the fact that you're not willing to defend your claim. You're a coward, and that's we're coming back ever again.
Well, maybe what got him is he's just used to witnessing your frame lording, but now he actually felt your frame lording.
Yeah, he was a victim.
But even then, Andrew, come on, bro. I'm not coming back here like.
No, I agree, but it's kind of like you got, you know. No, listen, I think that was too much, but I do think that he was frustrated and probably rightfully so. Certainly at the hyperbole and mischaracterizing what he's saying, and then you machine gunned him with a bunch of points that he wanted to take point by point. He wanted to slow it down, and I think he felt like
no, that's my way. Sorry, that would be me. I'm saying this to the ether. I'm not saying this in response to Andrew. Recapping a discussion that you had with someone and saying like, you said this and I said this, and you said this and I said this. That isn't me machine gunning you with points. like not making some argument. I'm just recapping what happened. And it seems reasonable to say, if you'd say to someone, you are wrong about that, right? Like, actually, you're so wrong about that. The example he picked was offensively dishonest. No, I said fantasizing about video title, not name of feminist. Like, that's grossly embarrassing, okay? But there's something that I lied about. For instance, like, who in fact started the conversation? Maybe I say, you said this to me, and then I responded. Maybe you might want to say something like, no. In fact, it was you who started the conversation. That seems like the reasonable thing to say to someone when they falsely recap a discussion. Not go, he said so much, man. I was not that I can. What the fuck is that? No, I said this is how we got here, bro. Like, that's it. That wasn't 5,000 points. It was 1 point.
Well, I think probably we should leave there. Maybe at some point we can re-listen to it. Or listen to it. We probably should listen to the exchange, because I think for posterity's sake, it might be a good thing.
Yeah, that's right. My point stands, by the way. My thing stands. My offer stands to hit that to you.
Can I match you with an offensive thing though that you can I match? You're gonna take an offensive.
By all means,
Okay. Why so? Are you there? Why so? Are you there? Why so? Religious? Why so? Is Timothy a frame lord?
What's that mean, a frame lord?
Well,
someone who lords over the frame.
Yeah, you know why someone was thinking one time, he proposed starting a GoFundMe for people that hated me to buy a ticket for him to fly to London to slap.
Who did that?
I want to get your beats to that so bad. I would so badly want to get that.
Bryce has been threatening me for like 5 years.
James had a back and forth. That's true, but I do think he's intelligent. But what you mean by
well, does he reframe the what I mean? It was kind of a joke, really, but just so you know what frame lording. I mean, you can answer it seriously, but frame lording is just like basically like you're I almost said Sam here. You're changing the Overton window. No, I'm joking. It's basically you're going to characterize the discussion in such a way that is going to be charitable to yourself and completely uncharitable to your opponent, and it's some kind of it may not necessarily be intentional, but it might be intentional too. That kind of.
I wouldn't say that he does that. I've known him for probably about 7 years. I would say that he tends to pick the topics very carefully that he speaks up on. And a lot of those topics are ones that he's already heard the same arguments multiple times. And he's similar to, like, I would put it this way, kind of like how a professional athlete, they perform like football, they perform on Sunday. Monday is film day. And I would say that James is a very film day type person where he recollects on what the conversations was that he's had, and he tries to improve on them. And it probably does come off as framing because he's heard the same arguments consistently and for so long that he knows where most of them are going to go that are counter to his position. That's my but I've known him for 7 years. So like
yeah. Well, that was almost toxically charitable, huh?
no, it's something like
no. But who's James? Well, maybe I'm not characterizing what frameworking is quite right, but what is who is James or Jane? Or who are you talking about?
He used to go by James Jones, so that's what I call him most of the time. I didn't remember to call him by this.
When he was just a wee lad. Okay, well I appreciate that.
But no, like he and I do not get along on a lot of shit. Like,
no, I know. I think he moved you off the stage. No, I'm joking.
So coming for Billy's password, James, just so you know, dude. But the GoFundMe is at like $62 right now.
So wait, Daniel, since you want to be a pastor, buddy, why don't you give your account of what happened, Daniel? Go ahead, Bob. And just remember what you said about the last encounter that the last encounter that him and Dee had that you felt inclined to speak up on. Why don't you go ahead and keep that in mind, and then give your account of what just happened with Tim Jay and him. Go ahead, Bob.
Yeah, sure. I didn't get to hear any of it. I've only heard Mills tell me that. I promise you, I didn't get to hear any of it. So what I was hoping was that this replay was close to an end, and we could like replay it and talk about it and pause it. And really what went down, but he vivisected. But honestly, I didn't hear it.
Okay. Well, you didn't
hear it.
It'd be wasted a big stage and a big audience. So like, we should save something like that for like when it's a bit smaller, like for stuff no one cares about.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know. Maybe you might care about it. No, I'm joking. No, it's fine. We still have a little bit of time, but we can definitely do that. But we want to welcome Star Power back. Star Power, you're one of my favorite people. As of now, you're one of my favorite people. Your exchange with Bob today, as for those that didn't get to hear, Star Power was telling Bob that a picture of an apple is an apple. It was awesome. Bob said, no, it's a picture of an apple. And Star Power said, it's an apple. And
we're also made in the image of.
Yeah, and we are made in the image of dirt. Yes. Star Power, are you there, brother? And you left just abruptly when we were talking earlier. Are you there, Star Power?
Yeah, sorry, earlier.
Well, you just gotta say, hey, I'm rolling or something, because I was like trying to talk to you, and then I was like, well, where'd he go? So, I mean, if you would, you don't have to, obviously, but if you know,
it was abruptly. So.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you're back, brother. That conversation you had with Bob was hilarious, and I definitely don't want to lose that replay. But what did you say? Do you know what a formal argument is? Since you do teach, what did you have here? You're a logician. You do know what a formal argument is, right?
Yes.
Okay. What is the best formal argument for the truth of the claim that God exists?
I wouldn't say there's a best formal argument. There's just a lot of them. I wouldn't say if there's a best, or at least I'm not the right professional.
Well, what I mean by that is which one do you think has the most force?
So the best argument for God is higher intelligence.
Okay.
Being actually visible.
Okay. Could you put that in like a premise conclusion type thing? Could you be like premise 1, this premise 2
I mean, I don't know if I would like to speak like that right now.
Okay, that's fine.
But I can say that the best argument for higher intelligence is the basic nature of where humans would actually discover God is the truth in a situation where they do not know, but there's a higher intelligence that exists beyond what they know. So the fact that this earth in what we've seen is built with an intelligence that is basically like perfect geometry, in synchronicity, in the way that we live with nature. You would have to say that there is a being that has knowledge of this higher intelligence, or the knowledge of the higher intelligence exists itself, and no matter what, higher intelligence has formed itself to be God over the earth, just because you don't know the answers.
So, okay.
You don't got the answers, Sway.
Mark, are you convinced?
See this puzzle.
All right, it's good. We're making progress. Why so? Are you convinced by star power there?
I just got home, so I couldn't hear it. I was also texting my union rep. What's up?
He said higher intelligence is the best argument for God.
Okay.
Well, you know what? I would say you're a doofus, therefore God.
Yeah.
You're a dingleberry, therefore God.
What did he present? I'm sorry, I didn't hear it.
Can you go ahead and give it again, Star Power? Can you give your give it the punch? Give it the atheist knockdown punch. Go ahead.
No, I was saying, well, no matter what, this being God, that if there is a God that exists, it would exist in higher intelligence. There's a higher intelligence of things that you cannot explain.
Here's what he's saying. So basically, he's saying God, therefore God. It sounds like.
Yes, intelligence, therefore God.
I mean, the main thing that with me, right, I think most, or a good number of people would know my position, is that being an atheist is towards theistic belief, but being agnostic is like, so that's how I take his argument. It's like intelligence doesn't lead to the theistic claim from that God. You'd have to show the leap from that agnostic, what I would say is agnostic towards a theistic, but just saying, we have intelligence, and therefore something has intelligence more than us. I mean, I guess I could still hold my agnostic opinion about that, because there's no way for us to prove and disprove that. So you would keep an agnostic opinion about it, but the whole time you would be crazy and worshiping intelligence, because you would seek for the intelligence, and the intelligence will be forever changing you. So no matter what, you would be bound by a God, because like if you touch fire, it burns, and you get the intelligence. That becomes now what I would say that you like how to get the experience, right? You like get the experience, and like maybe we don't really have the the same understanding as intelligence, but I wouldn't be praising something that I'm agnostic to, right? Like, I don't, if I'm agnostic to it, then I don't know if it exists. It could exist or it might not. So to say that I would be praising it would be taking a leap forward for me, right? Do you understand that? It depends on what you would consider praising. Now, there's different forms of worship. One worship is something that is life changing. Like, let's say we didn't have fire for thousands of years. Now, every day you live by fire. That could be considered a practice, which really religion is. That's something that you do religiously. Okay.
Oh my
and if
God,
you live by that, and if you think, there's a higher form of intelligence, because the one thing that every human knows, this is why God exists in the first place, is the I don't know. The higher form of intelligence that exists.
Dude, you won't know everything you fucking said. What are you talking about?
So the problem is
fire? No, what about? What do you mean by fire? What analogy are you making with that?
The reason why humans are actually believing God is because of the I don't know. That's not the case. I mean, most people who believe, right? Like, let's say Christianity. No. Wait a second. Like, I would agree with you, right? That like at some point, that like, let's use Christianity because that's the most popular in this room, most likely. Like Jesus did say, blessed more are those who believe without hope. Essentially, after put my finger through the hole on his hands or whatever. But not really what Christians really say most of the time. Now they actually say that they had an experience like that. The Holy Spirit has given them, we would say, knowledge, but I think that you're like intertwining knowledge and intelligence when you equate to like burning your hand, right? Like you can have the knowledge or like the intelligence that something hot is gonna burn your hand and you can do it again. It's not like I'm using the word intelligence, so I don't have to use knowledge and be vague. Intelligence would include the knowledge. Well, but intelligence, how you use it, we don't have, like, as far as humans, right? We don't have a scale about knowledge. We test knowledge in various ways, like in school and stuff, but we have scales that we do for intelligence. So that's the reason. So the first principle I would tell someone like you is you would have to understand that truth within itself is existence. The things that are not true doesn't exist. So now you're going off of the intelligence thing, right? You're saying that existence is the evidence essentially, but I think you need to stay consistent. Whichever argument you want to bring, that's fine. But with the intelligence that's consistent, existence and knowledge, they would both lead to the same thing, like how Andrew and them were saying, which is like God, therefore God. It's existence to lack of knowledge, because you would actually be bound, right, to a higher intelligence. You will be bound to a truth. No matter what you say, you couldn't change it or reshape it. You not having the truth, right? You not understanding the truth, right? There's automatically something over you. Okay. No, you are under the power. You're trying to force that into the conversation. Like when I say that, because you're trying to say that it has to be true, that there is a higher intelligence, and I'm just saying that I don't know, right? That it's possible, okay, but it's also not possible. So you're the one that once again has to force it back on me in another way of trying to say, well, like you. So there is so then therefore I am ignorant. ago, there was a higher knowledge of how to build an aircraft existed. Just like right now, a higher knowledge of this guy anymore. See, there it is. I guess, I mean, maybe about aircraft 2,000 years ago. So listen, the knowledge of the future and things that can be made still exist, whether you believe it or not. This is.
You think people knew how to make
I'm
an
addressing me, Star Power. I'm not addressing you.
Star Power, do you think that people had the information to make an aircraft 2,000 years ago? Like a blueprint?
I said that if you could say they had a blueprint.
No, you can't.
Blueprint starts in imagination.
Well, you can say it, but
just an artwork of an aircraft, which is on ancient tombs, brother.
no, there's not. They're not aircraft.
Yes,
Like,
there is.
look,
Art.
no, I'm talking about a diagram. Look, a little teeny
You're going a little bit too far. But the point of the matter is, Daniel, what you can't comprehend is that 2,000 years ago, when they had no knowledge, this is what I'm saying, when it was completely absent of the mind to build an aircraft, the knowledge of building an aircraft existed. Therefore, that knowledge was God over those people. It was something that the people would need to attain.
That knowledge didn't exist, right? They didn't have those materials.
So what in 2,000 years from now?
Or an understanding.
They figure out the knowledge. Wait, hold on. So what in 2,000 years from now, they figure out the knowledge of how humans can live in your little body for eternity. Now they figure that out. Knowledge is God over you right now. Because everything that
they know about
access.
Look, they didn't know how to build aircrafts. They didn't understand physics. So
I understand that. That's why I use that analogy. They didn't know.
What's the analogy?
Their analogy was because they didn't know, there was a knowledge that was higher than them that they would eventually attain. That would always be your ruler, no matter what, because the longer that the earth continues to grow, you cannot stop the future. And you cannot stop it.
This shit works on stupid people, and I'm sure you've gotten away with it. It's not going to work on someone who's going to call you out.
Because you think you're smart, but you don't even have a correct breakdown to tell the people on why this doesn't apply because you're so smart.
Shut the fuck up.
Because you don't actually have a correct breakdown on how to tell the people why this doesn't apply.
You said that in tubes that were drawing airplanes.
Because you know your information is your God and you're stuck. Because you know information is your God. Therefore, you're a believer, Daniel, because information is something you believe in. I'm pretty sure you believe in your science.
Does anyone else want to talk more?
Information is your God. Yes.
You just own two people in a row. Let's see who's up next. Miller, you want some? Andrew,
that was pretty easy.
Who wants some? Genji, you want some? Elliot, you want some? Andricus, you want some? Mills, you want some?
No, I destroyed the all good God earlier on.
Andricus, take one for the team. Take one for the team and deal with it. Wait.
Why is Sam getting attacked?
What's the star power? I will.
Sam,
it's the great.
Sam, you want some?
What's the question on the thing?
Sam,
God and the higher power.
Okay, Elliot, are you unable to deal with star power? Elliot?
Truthfully, I have not been. I have not been listening.
Okay, Elliot.
The only reason the star power is hard to deal with is because he can't shut the
No. Well, I mean, that sounds like code, doesn't it, star power? Elliot, I'd like you to meet star power.
What's up, dude? What are they getting on you?
Nothing, man. I met you before in a room. You were going crazy. Know exactly who you are.
I hope I didn't embarrass myself.
No. We actually had a good encounter. It was okay. So I was able to calm you down.
Hey, star power, do you believe in an all good God?
Andricus, Elliot was just getting started, and now you come in.
Elliot would. No, that was already over.
Elliot, you don't. Yeah. No. What do you mean, Elliot? Do you want to engage with star power?
I think the actual question you're asking is like, I want to ask you, do you want to see blood? Is that why you're asking?
Listen, there will be blood, but we won't. Well, I'm not. I may want to see a little bit of that, but no, I think Star Powers. He's awesome. I think the stuff he says is next level.
You believe his claim that 2,000 years ago they had a blueprint for flying?
Did I say a blueprint? You idiot! Star Powers. That is not my argument. Why is it comprehend a sentence? You didn't comprehend a sentence.
I've been watching the Discovery Channel too much.
Okay, right. What do you think?
Use the word blueprint and then
This is embarrassing. Here's what I do. Watch that. Which was let me be charitable to Star Power. Hold on. What I think he said, not that they had StarCraft 2,000 years ago, but that the knowledge was always there. There was always the ability to learn these things.
The understanding of lived was always there, really?
Hold on. There was that genius to think about it, but the ability to do these things obviously was there.
They were able to run back.
They weren't able to live. Hold on. They were able to do it, but it's just they weren't aware that they had the capabilities, that they could do those things.
And that's all part of the lie.
Shut up.
Hold on. Yeah.
He's bringing a Platonistic concept that knowledge could be outside of this corporeal world, and that we're just waiting for somebody to eventually find that knowledge. Like this is ridiculous.
No, that's a knowledge is God over you. Even if it's not Platonic, however you understand knowledge, the point is that there are steps that people could have taken. Because he's arguing obviously.
What he's arguing for is essentially, if he's being consistent with his Platonic, his Platonistic view, is that there's a perfect helicopter that was in existence for all eternity, and we invented the helicopter. And there's still a perfect helicopter outside of this.
Okay, let's see.
They would have had to definitely invent electricity first, right? They would have had to do that. You see, it came that
the method to doing
these things.
You don't know the philosophy you're presenting.
The method to do these things, what I'm trying to present to you is that knowledge right now is God over you, that you worship Him. Whether you like it or not, you actually believe in it.
No, that's something like God.
And if you don't believe in knowledge, you're just an idiot.
God is a being.
So wait, can you believe in something you're not worshiping, Star Power? Because you created a duality right there. You were saying that
I'm telling you.
Let me finish it. You just claimed that knowledge is the power that's over me, and that I worship it, and that essentially, if I deny knowledge, then what?
No. I'm saying, unlike anything else, because you can believe anything and worship it, right? That was your first.
But then what?
You can believe anything and not worship it. But knowledge is the thing. I'm telling you that knowledge is the thing that you believe in and worship, and I can prove it.
How can knowledge create
that conversation?
You're saying that knowledge created all things, and knowledge has a will. And knowledge is a person in a fucking retard.
Daniel, I'm saying knowledge.
You're saying knowledge is God.
Worship it.
No, I don't worship it. I'm a fucking idiot. How do I worship knowledge?
So it's not intelligence anymore. It's knowledge.
I believe it. Therefore, I worship it. Look. What are you trying to say?
Idiot. Are you distinguishing between idiot and worship?
Hey, are you trying to say something like, look, even you as an atheist, you believe God, right? Is that what you're doing?
No, I'm saying no matter what, God would exist, no matter what, because it's existing. Whether you know it or not, whether you believe that an aircraft existed 2,000 years ago, the
knowledge still existed. The fact that it would be here still existed. You couldn't stop that 2,000 years ago.
Oh, so that.
You know what God is. You're a believer or an atheist. And I'm showing you what God would look like to an atheist, whether he believes in God or not. And you just can't accept it. But I'm pretty sure you accept knowledge that has been wrong before.
You know what people usually talk about God?
I can almost promise that.
Hey, overtalker, do you know what people were talking about when they mentioned God?
Hold on, sorry.
Yeah, okay. What a pussy. No, he didn't. It was shown on his fucking avatar.
You can always tell the weakness of an interlocutor by the amount of time they are not able to.
He could have two. Here's the thing, though. He started out with intelligence. Now he wants to make it knowledge. And then he wants to say that a knowledge is always available, right? Eternally it's there. That was his principle. That is exactly Plato's thought, that there's a realm outside, right, of the earth. And that when things come into this realm, the perfect of that example is outside of this realm and it's always existed. So, but the thing is, though, that's the reason Neoplatonism came up, which is the concept that God is the one that is all of the perfect things, like emotions.
I just had this conversation earlier with Caleb. That the problem with the God concept is usually, if it's all good, there has to be another realm outside of the God, because there's concepts that exist that aren't all good. So where did they come?
That's fine. I just want Andrew, if you really believe that guy was saying, like, he changed from intelligence to knowledge, then he specifically said blueprint, that there was a blueprint for inside of tombs 2,000 years ago. Like, he changed immensely depending on whatever the counter argument was to him. Like, you might like the fact that the concept that there is an eternal knowledge, right, of all things that could ever be known. And that humans, right, they are just waiting, going through the motions, as people could say, until they finally gain that knowledge. Like, nobody could deny that possibilities until we discover them. But that doesn't lend anything to the argument that of an intelligence, a higher intelligence / a higher knowledge, essentially being there to give it to humans. That's essentially his presentation.
That's the contention. The contention is whether. What the fuck is who is making all that noise?
Yeah, guys, you know Africus is it's Andrew. Africus, did you hear the word helicopter at all? Like through the argument? Did you hear the word helicopter?
Helicopter.
No, why was it being used?
I don't know, but it was funny because it's a musical thing. But the contention is in all of these battles that we do is whether a God has all possible knowledge or doesn't. That is the eternal battle.
He didn't want to address when I said I'm an atheist towards theistic beliefs, but I'm agnostic towards his higher intelligence, which was the original.
Right.
Because, as I said, like, there could be a higher intelligence, and I'd be agnostic to that because there's no way to prove it. But then you'd have to make the leap to it being a theistic claim or a theistic position. And
with the omnis here.
Andrew, you there? Andrew?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
Check your DMs at your leisure. I mean.
You betcha. Hey, Andrew, I'm pretty sure when I presented my argument earlier, it spawned an entire other bunch of arguments. But I'm pretty sure that my argument, right? I have to flesh it out. I have to formalize it, but I'm pretty sure that my argument that if your God concept is everything within that God is normatively good, it is not possible for any concept that is not normatively good to originate from that God. And that's going to destroy a large number of God concepts, including
what about like the free will stuff? I mean, that only answers like some things, like the things that.
But that's Elliot. That's post my idea. My idea is like the idea that, and if you're going to say that God, that free will comes from, is all good, he has to contain within his being the notion of concepts that are not good. And if the being is all good, how do those concepts even occur or even come into being?
Because he knows the concepts that would occur if he's withdrawn from the situation.
Of course, but how? I agree. But if he knows the concepts that would occur, how can he remain?
In what sense?
That's easy. All he would have to do is just continue to be good, and everything that doesn't listen or abide by it.
Even though all concepts.
That's all God would have to do.
Even though all possible concepts originated from him, even though all possible concepts, including the not good ones, originated.
Wait, hold on. If he's given anything free will as you asking for it, right?
That doesn't matter. That does not matter.
It does matter. Because if he's given free will and he's all good, then anything that doesn't listen to him will of course,
it doesn't matter. As soon that's the part that you're not getting.
That would be the recognize. And that's why God says, "Get away from me, I don't know you."
It doesn't matter, because as soon as the concept of free will occurs with that God, then all of a sudden all these other concepts that are not good occur, right? And if the God itself cannot be anything but all good, those concepts could not occur. So you're dealing with a severe contradiction.
No, you'll be dealing with a severe narcissistic God. If God didn't make you to have free will, then you cannot say no to him. God, the number one good thing for God to do in character would be to give you free will. That's all he gives you free will. And he gives you free will, and then when the one that doesn't have free will, when the one that has free will does something bad, does something ridiculous, you want to blame God for being bad. That's how ridiculous you are. It's probably what you did to your mother, right? And I mean, yes, it is. No, it's probably how you acted and how you blame others for all of your mistakes. No. You don't want to recognize the things that are bad that are you. So anything bad, you say, "Oh, God has to create it all good."
It just means you have no idea what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is, I'll ask you a question, Star Power. Do you believe your God?
Well, you can just come into the room, so you can clarify.
Fair enough. But is the God that you believe in?
Yes, 100%.
Okay. So a God that is all good. Is the God that you believe in also the originator of all possible concepts?
Yes.
Why are you using the word
concept?
That's very vague.
No, I like that word. That's cool. All possible concepts. Yes, by proxy, because creating anything would be the creation of a possible concept.
So if the God that you believe in is all good, and also the originator of all possible concepts, how could any concept that is not good originate from that creator?
Just by being not God. Oh, is it that easy? Is it that easy, Atricus?
That's not what I asked you.
No, that is. You said, how could anything... Go ahead, ask it again. I'm going to say
how could any concept that is not good originate from a God that is the originator of all concepts? That nothing that is not good could originate.
Just by not being God.
First of all,
But there was
you're
nothing.
trying to.
But
First of all, you're trying to use concept. First of all, you're trying to use concept as if it's a living, breathing being. You won't allow it. Okay, so you won't allow it to be a possibility.
No,
So what you're asking in turn is, how could a possibility, right, not be good if God created it and He creates all possibilities?
Yeah,
well, God
created. Yes, that is exactly right.
Right. God creates things that are not Him, and if He is good, being what God is would be an impossibility in the first place. You could never be God. That's the whole point.
Okay, that's fine. But when I'm talking about conceptual content, you know what I'm talking about, right? Just the idea of something, right? The idea of whatever you think is bad, whatever any system thinks is evil or not good, right? If you say that the God that you believe in is the originator of any possible concept, and that God is all good, how could any concept originate from that creator?
Now, once again, I don't know if you got it. A concept is a possibility. We both shook hands on that, right? And we're asking if God is good, right?
All good.
I'm telling you, God is good,
right? Nothing but good, right?
He's nothing but good. He's the true standard of good. Nothing but good. Okay? Anything He creates would have to be Him to be good. Anything that's not aligned with that exact Him, that is not that exact Him, would not be good. He doesn't have the power to be good if He is good.
So how?
It's away from His goodness. It's a blemish to His goodness. So anything God creates, it's not possible for them to be God.
So how does the concept of not good even originate from an all good?
Because the things that He makes are not Him. They are not Him. That's why. Well, he's the one that's good.
Here's the question.
So take God out of it and just let's deal with good. You're saying if good created something, how could it be? You're actually saying if good created something, how could it be bad if good created? Well, if good created something, it would have to be the exact same thing good is for that thing to be good.
No, what I'm saying is,
God create belief.
Who's talking right now? I think that this is the distinguishing concept, right? Did God create beliefs, Darnell?
Are you letting him jump in? Is that good?
Well, I kind of don't want to, but what he's saying is interesting, but I think we can finish this first. If the God that we're talking about, if the God that we're talking about is responsible for all possible concepts, do we agree?
Yes, we agree.
If the God that we're talking about is responsible for all possible concepts, and that God is all good, how could any concept that is not good originate from?
Simply by God making anything that isn't His exact self.
Same response. So let's move on. Same response.
Let's move on.
You go ahead.
Anybody else want to respond, kid? Or anybody else?
So start now.
Yeah.
Does God is perfect, correct?
Absolutely.
Did God create belief in God?
No, God, by free will, God gives you that choice.
No, but did He create the ability to believe? Like if
only if you're associating that with Him creating the creation, so now they have to.
No, wait. So there's just God, right? And then let's say He creates angels first. He can create them where they don't believe in Him. True or not?
He can create anything that does or doesn't believe in Him. That's true.
something that contradicts what he actually wants, correct? No. The all-perfect God had given the ability for free will. And in free will, which is the most perfect thing a God can do, unless, like I said, you do have dictators out there that would probably be like, why can't we just have a dictator God? I wish I was a robot. I wish I had no choice to say no. I know that sounds fancy for you. I wish I had no choice to say no. You wish I had no. Did you want to talk, Kitty? Hold on. Did you want to talk, Kitty, real quick? I'll let you respond.
You're doing great. I put it in the chat because one of my fellow Christian friends that I agree with him. He was saying that it's a failed argument. I think that your ability to maintain fervor in wanting to establish that God is ultimately goodness, and therefore His judgment is only going to be good. But if that's not something that they're going to even start the conversation with, I'm going to.
I'm trying to understand. So if God is only good, right? But you're saying that it's possible that God
gives us free will.
It's the greatest good thing He can do, Brian. Is give you free will. God, I know you want to be a robot. You're like, God, why'd you let me choose? So, star power. Does God create ideas? God has created you to have the ability to have ideas. So, yes, by proxy, He's created ideas exist. God creates ideas. Now, that would mean that God created the perfect idea, which is belief in Him. And He also created the disbelief in Him, which is the opposite, the antithesis, right, of the perfect idea. Yeah, absolutely. He had to do that in order to give you free will. He had to give you the ability to say no. And in giving you the ability to say no should be seen by the creation as the greatest thing a creator could ever give anybody. You give the ability to say no. So any creation should not want to be a robot. Otherwise, you will be a remote control. And I like to talk to Siri all the time, but you guys cannot be serious. Focus. So, if what essentially Andricus TG is bringing up, this is how I understand it. God is identity, and He creates things, and He has created an imperfect thing alongside of the perfect thing. Now, the difference is you have to go to free will, right? But in reality, think of the letter A without God willing you and allowing you to think of the letter A, which means everything, even though you claim you have free will, God has to permit it through His power and through His will, because you can't think of something before Him. So at this concept, God is allowing people the idea of disbelief, and then that person thinks it. Then God has to, through His power, because He's all powerful, He has to allow that imperfection to come into reality.
You're overcomplicating this. I think there's a guy, and Andrew likes him too. I wish he'd play the clip. Well, it is. It's on, but it's still. It can be simpler than that. There's this dude named what is his name? Neidl is his last name, and Andrew likes him. I really wish we could play the clip of him. Stuart Neidl. You guys should YouTube it. The way he explains it, he's like, God gave me this hand. Now I can use this hand to look over at my fellow person and say, hey, Crimsonite, and I can slap him across the face with it, with this hand that God created and gave me. But I cannot then turn and say, see, God gave me the authority to do this. No, He gave you the hand to ultimately do good works and His purpose that He put for every single one of us. But if we choose, if we have the free will to use it for evil, then that's our choice.
Can you hit that person without God allowing?
No, that's not the wrong response. The right thing to say to that is like, wait. I wanted to say this for a bit. Like in the Bible, there's Noah's flood, and when you read about it, it goes, it sort of explains like why God chose to flood the earth. And obviously, it's because there's lots of the miscreants and people just doing bad stuff all the time, and so they deserve it. And the idea, like the idea is like, well, and Star Power said it earlier. He said that the greatest thing that God gave us, or that God did, the greatest thing is free will, like the ability to choose freely, right?
I would say very close number two would be Jesus.
But can I just get to my point? So you got people choosing good and evil. They got a choice between that. But like in the case of the flood, God literally just killed everybody, and the reasons are explained. They did it because they chose the wrong thing. So in that case, it doesn't really seem like the free choice is really a good thing in that case, because you can say that the ability to choose is good, but if you choose wrong, I'm going to kill you. Right? There will be consequences. So it's kind of tricky.
All right, that's a good point, Elliot. So I can take that concept and just move the dial just a little further in where God said to like the Canaanites, the Amorites, the Jebusites, like literally down to the baby skulls, like completely decimate all. That's what he commanded. All right, now anybody can say, how would that be good, right? So what people are negating and completely throwing aside is that God is spending 400 years prior to this event, 400 years of saying, hey, listen, if you keep sacrificing babies, if you keep having sexual immorality, if you keep not keeping with my word and my commandments and what I'm telling you to do, if you continue to do this, that's it. You've got a hardened heart. You're not going to listen to me, and I'm going to back to the drawing board. I mean, I got like a Noah's flood. You got to do this again. Now, that could have continued to happen. Why? Because not only is God ultimately good and wants good for all, and even the babies that were delivered to heaven have a far better life than they would have had if not only sacrificed. But what he's ultimately doing is saying, because he is omnipotent, that there's got to be a way. What way can I give everyone that I'm not flooding the land, that I'm not back to the drawing board, that I'm not having to disseminate all the Canaanites, the Jebusites, the Amorites? And so he gave us Jesus. Now, Daniel and several people, it was prophesied to say that there's a dude coming that's going to be the Savior. And as he came, as what I believe, that is why we don't have that form of God's omnipotence. Could he do it now? Of course he could. But it would be only to be of goodness for everyone here on earth.
He couldn't do it again because he made a promise with the rainbow that he would never do it again.
Oh, if you're going to be offensive and say hate things about Christians, then you're just dumb.
The rainbow is the promise that God will never flood and kill humanity again. When he just said that he could do it again, and that's not what it said.
The fire next time. He said the fire.
Is that the words that you atheists have got between me and Sarah? We're just mopping the floor with you today.
You're not mopping the floor. You're just making the same arguments over and over again. But the concept, is simply to what you said, Kitty, like what you were talking about with the hand. The free will comes in. You cannot do anything without God willing you.
Now, brother, why?
No, that's the opposite.
Wait, hold on, brother, why?
Wait.
Hold on, why? Because when Andrew asked everybody,
right now.
No, I get it, but I know what I'm saying. When Andrew asked everybody,
I'm giving my time.
Elliot was the only one who said, "You step up and talk." Elliot was the only one who said, "You step up and talk." He makes a good point, and you just hot dog the whole conversation from him. We've been talking. Let him and Kitty get it in for a little bit.
I was just trying to make the point that, when you say a free choice, I think to make it a free choice, it is, you have to be able to weigh options. Can I just, Kitty, finish my point? A free choice is the ability to weigh different options and to do so without influence. So, which means to say, you can't be under duress or being coerced or something like that. That those kinds of quote unquote choices aren't choices at all.
No, I mean,
But like saying it's like if making the wrong choice, like having consequence of that, being going to hell, not really much of a choice.
You were talking about getting wiped out. I'm sorry.
No, wait. Yeah, please let me finish this one thought, because see what he's saying is, so we should be able to have free will and have our own ability to do whatever we want without any kind of consequence. That's what you're saying. So God's saying, that's not why I created you. That's not your purpose here on earth. Your purpose is to do good, because I am good and I'm telling you to do good. But if you choose not to, if you choose to use that hand that I put on your body to slap Christy or Kitty in the face with, you can do that. Or option two, you can love me with all your heart and love your neighbor. And like you can forgive those that persecute you. You can choose Jesus, who's like perfect. You can try to aspire to be like him, who is forgiving. Or option two, you can get ticked off and sin and out of anger hurt someone. So that's the ultimate choice. Now, if you choose to be selfish, be prideful, and to do all the things that God is not about, because he is ultimately good, well, yeah, guess what? Tough luck. There's consequences to our actions. That happens in life every day. Go rob a bank and see what happens.
So I have a question about this concept of free will. You guys can
Right, that doesn't even address anything I said. So, think about a person like under CIA interrogation or something like that, and they're using like these enhanced interrogation techniques. So that's stuff like waterboarding and torture, all this kind of shit. And the goal of this is to get like a confession out of the guy, to get him to confess to something he may not have done, like a murder or something like that. Well, just wait, Kitty, so you can hear the point that I'm making here. So like, let's say like there's a guy who he's captured by the CIA or whatever, and they torture him. They waterboard him and all this kind of shit. And while he's in that state, they get him. They ask him to make a choice, and they give him the choice of you sign this confession or you continue to be interrogated and tortured. In that case, there's no choice being made there.
Yeah, actually,
There's no choice.
Well, wait a minute.
There's no free choice. The choice is not free in that case.
I'll turn it all way over to you, Kayla, because I'm sure she's going to make points about me. So let me just follow up with that. Elliot is saying, I don't know who's talking right now, but she's Elliot, what I'm saying is that is so outlandish that anyone would assume that God is like the FBI or CIA and is waterboarding us in society.
Let's
use a doctor. Did I finish? Wait, hold up, Ryan. Okay, what I'm saying is that's so outlandish that it would never be the case. We already know what this situation is. We already know that the wages of sin is death. So if we choose to continue to sin, and we choose to not accept Jesus as a savior, that's like saying, I want to be waterboarded and wonder why I'm going to die when I drown.
Let's use a doctor's analogy. Let's use a analogy of...
Let's use a rational reality.
No, let's not. No, why? Just stop.
The doctor hits your knee with a hammer, right?
Let's not use another analogy. Let's talk about like three different analogies.
Can I answer you?
So I'm just wondering if a doctor hits your knee and it chokes, free will at that point.
That's a problem. She cannot like that.
Just let Michaela say something.
Yeah, I'd say that perhaps your free will, depends on your environment and how. Maybe you're focusing on the word free. You still have a choice, even in that horrible situation. You still have some modicum of a choice. And that's sort of a depiction of what saints are. Excuse me, Kitty. That's sort of a depiction of what saints are. They die for whatever, for not giving.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to remember. Yes, because like Paul in the Bible. That's better. If you're going to use your analogy, Elliot, look at Paul. They imprisoned the guy. They were like, look, you're going to deny him. You're going to say that he's not the Savior. Like, they tortured him, literally tortured him to his death. Like, went saying that Jesus Christ was the Savior. That would be a great analogy. I mean, you still, you're united to Monaco. You have that choice. If you're going to die on the cross of saying, I choose sin, then choose it. But then also choose death, because that's what you're choosing.
So if a doctor hits your knee with a hammer and your knee kicks up, we call that an involuntary response. Did you have free will for that?
No one responded.
I'm sure y'all don't want to, because here's the concept, right? Like, you don't have an involuntary response is not considered what we would say free will. But that response of your leg kicking up had to be willed and allowed by God. So,
can you stop your heart beating? Does free will control your involuntary
nervous
system? No.
So these are irrelevant. These are irrelevant comments.
Don't have to dominate. It's going on and on.
I know, they get so painful. They fail the conversation.
The doctor says,
please don't.
Raise your left hand.
Dude, just like 3 people are telling you to stop.
Stop.
This is
never talk to someone again. This is why I would never talk to someone.
I love you though. But listen, this is for Buster. Happy club
Dude, all
anniversary.
you're doing is like all of your arguments are based off of religious texts. I'm making arguments that we can utilize inside of our thoughts and our philosophies. So
just so
the doctor says,
just so happens the religious text is smarter.
The doctor says raise your left hand, right? The doctor says raise your left hand. So you do it. Inside of the concept of theology, right? This is something that the big three have not been able to address, is that you go to do what you're told. You have to think it. To even have that thought, God has to allow you to have that thought.
Yeah, he gave us a conscious mind. Yes, we're not zombies.
Listen. He has to will for you to think it. Because if you're saying that your thoughts are outside of the will of God, then that means that God is not all power. Right? That's the concept.
Are you saying your thoughts, God has to think your thoughts?
God has to.
I use this one to write the religious.
Have that thought. And in the concept, if God is all the right, then that means there is nothing outside of his control. That is the whole concept of being omni. So
it also shows that God gets angry, he gets sad, he makes dumb decisions. Yeah, what you're saying is that you're giving no feeling to this omniscient, omnipotent, omnipresent God. So God, knowing that we're going to make poor choices, still allows us to do that if that's what he so chooses.
The point is that you're saying that there's free will. But before we can even will ourselves to raise our hand, not raise it, but will ourselves to do it, God has to allow that will to happen. He actually has to will that to happen. And then he has to allow it.
Why? Like why would you come to that conclusion? Why? It just sounds dumb, and it's the opposite of what. Okay, there's concrete here. Okay, all right, it's cool. He can handle it.
It sounds dumb. There's concrete. That's an excellent response. Excellent response.
Yeah. He has a lot more patience than I do. Hey, talk about
just respond to why. Just let it go on.
Hi, concrete. Hi,
What's up, Kitty? How you doing?
Pretty good. Enjoy this wonderful discussion of free will and God's ultimate goodness, and how he's basically somehow then arranging us to be like zombies or drones, and that we're just all lemmings doing his bidding, and that that's what you're doing. So literally, you guys were saying that it would be as equivalent to waterboarding. Like, yeah, like you guys are like, you're not the form of concrete. It was a slam dunk.
person.
You're right. You're right. That's why we have a whole life to live for the pursuit of being like Jesus Christ. Or we have a whole life to live to pridefully and maliciously make bad choices and sin and hurt others and not be like Christ. And then when we die, say, see, it's God's fault. He let me choose to do what I wanted to do, even though there's consequences for my actions, and it's God's fault. That sounds crazy.
Hey, Katie, I know you don't like my method, but trust me, I got this.
Okay. Like, he's like the nice one.
The crazy thing here is the thing that's really insane here is like the idea that people who make the wrong choices, they just send themselves to hell. That's the crazy idea.
So you're saying that the person, Star Power, did you want to jump in? I didn't want to overtalk you. I know this is really honestly your discussion.
I mean, I could. I only have about 12 minutes.
I'm going to take from Star Power. You're like Star Power. You're like a star player, brother. You need to stick around.
I'll come back and tomorrow I have more time, but this is around the time where I'm about to start driving.
Okay, well, you're welcome here anytime, buddy, but go ahead.
I think he's a backup punter, but...
Oh, my Lord.
Go ahead.
Good luck, because we got...
Why? Yeah, so you were saying automatically we choose hell ourselves, Elliot?
No, that's what Kitty is saying.
Oh.
No, I'm saying that, I believe that we have free will. Star Power, do you believe that we have free will?
I do.
Okay, perfect. So then, would you say that God gives us the ability to make it with our own free will, that we can choose to, again, I'm going to fall back on the Stuart Neidl, if you guys listen to it, it's a thing on YouTube, but he creates us with this hand, right? With your right hand. We got this hand. Now, I can use my hand purposely to do good with it that he gave me, and I can embrace and give a hug to my friend Concrete, or I can use his hand and I can slap him across the face. But now, if I slap him across and that's the choice that I made, I can't then say, and then say, oh, God, did he do it?
Wait, no, yes, God basically gives you the ability, by giving you free will, to say, I want to go to hell. Yes.
Yes, of course he does.
But there are also people who might not
want to go there.
Paradigm.
Wait.
Don't interrupt him. Continue.
I couldn't hear what he's saying because I think some of the.
Come on, guys. I'm getting a call. You go. Blah, blah.
Concrete.
What's up, Katie?
In your loving voice, can you best explain why, if we have free will, which I believe that we do, that God would give us obviously the ability, the wages of sin is death, so we can choose eternal death or eternal life. Now, if we walk around this earth choosing to sin and not believe that Jesus Christ is the Messiah and the Savior, then yeah, we're choosing that. So there is obviously consequence to that. You can't go and rob a bank and then be like, oh, then they threw me in jail. Can you believe it? Yeah, because you did that. What did you think? Maybe it was blowing the money.
Those are not equivalent.
Okay, well maybe Concrete can come up with a better equivalency.
Those are not equivalent.
Not about just
No,
your choice.
Lord and Savior. That's the claim, but we know that if you rob a bank, you go to jail.
Guess what? If you commit murder, it's a sin in the eyes of God. If you choose to commit these sins and you do not ask for Jesus' forgiveness, you are choosing to say, I know better than your God.
Society is proven, right? Society is what society is, and there are laws based on society that we have to follow. But then you're trying to equate the fact that you could rob a bank or murder somebody and go to prison. But as opposed to you're trying to equate it to the concept that a God exists.
There would be a of you and just get out of your vehicle and kill them can give you
The idea is that look, there's a good case to be made that the Bible, in many of its books, gives a view of annihilationism. There is no eternal conscious torment, and I can give you a list. Now, I challenge anyone that holds to eternal conscious torment to create a list as large as this. Now, these are the verses in the Bible which suggest that punishment is finite. You're just annihilated. So there's just the word destruction. There's the word destruction or perish. This is Matthew 7:13, John 3:16, John 17:12, Acts 8:20, Romans 9:20 through 23, Philippians 1:28, Philippians 3:19, 2 Thessalonians, 1 Timothy 6:8, Hebrews 10:39, 2 Peter 2:1, 1 Thessalonians 5:3, 2 Thessalonians 19:1, 1 Timothy 6:9, and I could go on and on and on. Eternal conscious torment is not. Stop speaking. Eternal conscious torment is not taught in the Bible. It's not. Now, it's a delusion that certain people want to be true, right? Because they want their enemies to suffer. They look at people that they hate and they think of them being tormented for eternity. They think it's a good thing, as opposed to looking at the text. Now, again, the challenge is give me a list of verses which support eternal conscious torment. You won't be able to do it. Thank you.
Okay, Psalms 9:17, Daniel 12:2, Matthew 25:41, Matthew 25:46, Mark 9:43 through 48, Luke 16:19 through 31, Romans 6:21, and 2 Thessalonians 1:9. So we can break down all of those and talk about where it explicitly explains that. Okay. Well, okay. All right. Listen, you got to explain it. All right.
Now we can go to the word death. Or Greek allegories. Right? Someone mute. I'm echoing. Romans 1:32, Romans 6:21, Romans 7:5, Romans 8:6, 1 Corinthians 15:21 through 22, 15 through 15:56, 2 Corinthians 2:16, 2 Corinthians 7:10, James 1:15, James 5:20, 1 John 5:16, Revelation 2:11, Revelation 26. Revelation 28, stop. And then the word end. Romans 6:21 through 22, 2 Corinthians 11:15, Philippians 3:19, 1 Peter 4:17. The word disintegration, stop. The word disintegration, corruption, 2 Peter 1:4, 2 Peter 2:12, burnt up, chaffed, trees like trees or branches. Matthew 3:12, Matthew 7:19, Matthew 13:40, John 15:6. Now, it's either the case that the Bible contradicts itself on what the punishment is, or that the preponderance of the evidence suggests that there is no eternal conscious torment taught in the Bible. So it's either a contradiction, right, that the Bible teaches two punishment, one eternal and one annihilation, or it's the case that the preponderance of the evidence suggests that there's an annihilation at the end. Now, as I said before, there are certain believers that wish for their enemies to suffer for all of eternity, and that's why they want the Bible to hold the view that people suffer for eternity.
Can I say something really quick? It is kind of interesting that after the Jews came back from Babylon, the concept of eternal hell arose. So that's easy to say or to see that they got it from the Babylonians in exile, that idea.
No, well,
We can just annihilation, right?
What?
Long story short, so Chris Dates, a reformed guy, who's our shitty, who's arguing for it.
He's about to be.
But I'm actually.
He's like on the precipice.
I'll keep along. Hey, put Kitty on leash. Okay. I'm gonna put it like this. Most likely I'm going to arrive at my conclusion of my theology that universalism, like Eleanor Stomp and McCord Adams say, is needed to build a theology that covers all the types of suffering. I'm just going to go. All the types of suffering, moral and natural suffering. But then the follow-up question is that what the Bible teaches? If not, the Bible is in trouble.
You totally redeemed yourself right there at the end. Beautiful. Yes, I clap for you, but I want to specify what he just said. Listen,
clap? Go ahead.
Okay, so after we clap for him, let's go. Yay! Okay. So now, Daniel, one of which he brought up Romans 6:23. For the wages of sin is death, but free gift of God is eternal life in Jesus Christ our Lord. So while death here is obviously a separation from God. So if we're separated from God, we're not in heaven. So I guess Daniel's idea is, well, then he's an obvious evil God. If we're not allowed to freely sin, and have no recourse for it, then we can just like float around in like the abyss until what, forever? I'd sooner spend this.
Why did God flood the earth?
We talked about that one. We talked about the one before Judges. You keep going back. Yes, I did though, and it's mind-boggling.
That you don't believe that annihilationism is a concept that is worthy of punishment.
I do. I have no. Look, Daniel and I. This is the only thing. This is where we separate and we fight for 4 years. We went back and forth. Where he thinks that I'm some evil, maniacal Christian. That I think that my concept of God, and I'm sure Andrew will disagree, and a few other of the Universalists on stage will also. You've also got those that are Calvinists that think that it's so predetermined that there's no such thing as the will. Shut up, God! It's so mind-boggling that you have to interject all the time. What I'm saying is,
that's really coming from you, but okay.
It's over-focused when they hear you talking all the time. See what I mean, Dutch? I mean, like, okay, so. If you're gonna let this,
does this not make God unjust if he evokes or executes an infinite punishment for infinite sinners?
Are you asking, can someone really...
Look, I'm not talking about the degree, because we all want to see Hitler and child rapists burned and tortured, but the question is, if that's for eternity, like even if you think about your worst enemy, and think about,
Yeah, I pray for them.
No, but look, I'm thinking about if God is just right, he must have spent equally and just justice. So if a finite person, right, gets an infinite punishment, so in degree, but especially duration, I think that's going to be an issue. And I know the counter is going to be, well, if you sin against the infinite God, right, it's going to be an infinite punishment, but I don't see how that follows, actually. Maybe you can enlighten me.
But can you just possibly see it through my eyes? We have a finite amount of time. Even with modern science and everything, let's say it's 70 to 100 years. We have a very finite amount of time to do good works and to do things that are Christ-like and to be actual stewards of what this entire everything from having dominion over the birds in the sky, the beasts in the land, the fish in the sea, everything. We have a finite amount of time to do goodness in Jesus' name. Or we can wastefully spend that time, selfishly, pridefully, spend that time, that finite amount of time that we could, why we were actually created by God, the very essence of why we're here, and not do that. But now if we choose to do that, do you, and then this is a follow-up, I would want to question you, Judge. Would you think that there should be a consequence, knowing that it's not like, gee, I wonder if, heaven and hell forever.
I agree.
If our spirit lives forever, yeah. Should there be a consequence?
Yeah.
Or should there be a reward? I want to see my dad again one day.
Both. So I like to see punishment of sin, right? I like to see a reward and also a redemption where people are made whole who suffered in this world.
Exactly.
Right, so hard.
Then you should pick God because he's the judgment.
We all want to see like cruel people suffer. Like if I had to choose between the cruelest person suffering or the cruelest person being completely healed, put in their right mind, and being whole, I would pick the healed and whole. Now I would like retribution for the people, and there's a concept that I want them to understand
you're misquoting me. You're putting words in my mouth.
Okay, you can have it. You can have it, Kitty. You can have it.
Good, because if you're going to
interrupting
I'd like for you to do
you complain about other people interrupting you, and then you consistently interrupt people.
I would rather be interrupted than misquoted. If you're going to at least
can't get misquoted from the audience, can you, Kitty?
Look how they eat their
Come on, dude, just relax.
No.
That's all say Dutch. Good morning, and hope you had your coffee.
What I find so strange about
Like
with
literally, you
one breath.
can't let somebody else finish the damn sentence, Kitty. That's number one. Number two, you're literally spazzing when you talk. Like you're on adrenaline or something. I think before you try to preach the gospel, you need to go and work on your deliverance.
Yes,
And like your level of anxiousness that comes across, like go get a hold of yourself first and then try to teach somebody something.
He has ADHD though. The point that I wanted to make was this. In one breath, we want to say that God is this loving Father, more loving than any father could ever be, earthly father. But at the same time, they want to say that this person would torment someone for a sake other than their betterment. Like you can understand a father punishing you because, well, it's going to make you better, it's going to protect you, and it's going to have some effect. But what's happening with this eternal conscious torment business is just an endless torment with no purpose other than just excruciating suffering.
Well, Daniel, that's entirely true.
The last thing I was going to say before was that the only prerequisite to being found is being lost. Okay? And if we could all just act right and make good decisions, we wouldn't be in need of a savior. That's the point of it. And the message is that if you don't come to God, if you can't, from my perspective, if there's an insane person and they're in an insane asylum and they're hurting themselves, I'm not thinking I'm going to punish you more because you're willingly hurting yourself. No, there's something wrong. More than a punisher, this person needs a healer. Anyone that is pushing away God, from my perspective, would be intentionally hurting themselves.
Okay, listen, you got a problem.
Savior, then somebody's going to crush them.
Okay, answer me this though, right? Because in that metaphor, right, there is a fallible human agent who has a heart and desire to help that person who's mentally ill, to heal them, to rehabilitate them if needed, and all of that stuff, right? But isn't it the case? So, on your view, on your account, why does God even allow that mental illness or sickness if He's all powerful? On your view, that's going to be an issue.
No, I think that from this perspective, we are intentionally touching it's kind of like if you have a child, right? There's certain things that, there's certain things I tell my child, but I understand that she has to experience
No. You're drifting away. Look, if your child runs out in traffic and you had a lasso and you had the ability to rope the lasso from a distance over your child and pull it back before the car hits her, you would do it, right?
With the lasso of the car, yes.
Yeah, so if you had the ability to create a human being and to make it such that they are not via horrendous evil, that they are traumatized when they are mentally ill.
Before you go too far away from that, right? So for the child to get hit by a car, I would throw the lasso, right? So, but let's say for another harm that is smaller, I may let the child experience that smaller hurt or whatever to learn certain things of why you don't do that, why you don't touch. If I know they're not going to be as severely hurt. Now, hold on a second, please. Hold on a second. The next person to interrupt me, I don't care who you are, you're getting thrown down because I just don't have the tolerance for it. I've been quiet this whole time because I don't want to get involved because I am very, very testy. And so don't interrupt me. I'm going to make it short so I can withdraw because I realize I'm very testy right now. From God's perspective, by a car. From God's perspective, getting hit by a car is not the ultimate thing. It could be like walking and falling. The ultimate bigger fear, like on my scale, it would be the car. But on God's scale, it might not be the car. It might be a more eternal consequence that we really don't have privy to. Getting hit by the car may be the smaller experience of a greater evil or a greater something being deprived from us. That would be the laugh, though, that God would ensure to pull us back from.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. But the thing that you're doing is kind of like Eleanor Stump in Wandering in Darkness. Is that you need an afterlife where people are made whole, redeemed, and in my case, or my view, also punished, right? To God's also righteous and holy, right? You need the full package to cover all the evils. But so to keep a long story short, so normally there's supposed to be justification, selah, right, for a harm or a suffering or an evil, and it has to be such that via no other state of affairs that good can be arrived. It has to be an intrinsic good, and in your case, in my case, it seems it echoes through eternity, right? But I wonder in this specific case where there's horrific evil, where a person is traumatized or mentally harmed to the point where there is no coming back from it in this life, or I don't know, or mentally ill, like schizophrenia, or I don't know, Alzheimer's. These type of examples, right? How can there be soul building or goods generated, I wonder, on your account? It must be in the afterlife, right? And then I heard you just appeal to skeptical theism. I think that's an easy way out.
Was there a question there?
Yeah, so okay.
Why don't you wake up?
How do you justify what? Sorry, Daniel.
Have your coffee.
There was a question.
Like woke up.
There was a question.
I don't understand what you're saying.
What? It's over your head. That's okay. Go ahead.
He was just saying like, oh, wow.
I guess.
Man.
Yes.
The interactions.
I mean, the answer is yes. Like, I don't know. For me, it's
the answer is, how do you justify horrific suffering where the person either dies, where there's no soul building, or where they dies, or there's a type of suffering where there's no recovering from in this life on this earth. What's the point of it?
There's no soul building, but I think there's a lot to be said of like unmet potential too, like the potential of what you could have been or should have been, and not being actualized. There's a plethora of information that can be gained. If somebody has an Oculus on and then they're like, "What the bleep?" Who knows what happens? What information is downloaded to them after they're taking the Oculus off of? Okay, what just happened there? Like this and this and this and this. There's like even the idea of not being able to actualize your potential can have so much information to be processed from it.
Well, just to make a quick point, it seems that he's saying, sorry, Ellen, do you want?
Yeah, but you seem like to be more.
I go for it.
I don't know, energetic about yours. Okay, I was thinking like, I think about like two things. Like, I'll say the earlier one first and the second one. The earlier one was like about the lasso in the car. What if we just replace being hit by a car with being hit by hell? You know, shouldn't God then throw a lasso down to prevent you from going to hell? That's one question. The other one was like,
it depends on what hell is. If hell is a purification, restorative process, then no. If it's a never-ending torture pit, or the annihilation of most of humanity, then like that's a whole nother conversation.
Yeah, but the thing that's doing the purifying, isn't it just the torture?
I think that what is tormenting us is our own state of being. Like the condition of how we are is what is tormenting us, and Jesus is taking that condition off of us so we no longer be tormented.
So the way the other Christians
explain explain it is different. Like you have the whole penal substitution idea. Like for my case, what is being changed is us, not God. God is not being paid off. He's so bloodthirsty. He has to have blood. Wah ha ha ha. But we're being transformed. That sin that is tormenting us, torturing us, separating us, hurting us, damaging us is being removed out of us and being put onto him because death cannot hold him. But death is the ramification of our sin and can't hold us.
Earlier, super quick, right? So I'm sympathetic to Selah, but there's one issue, right? One issue is that there are instances in the Bible where God says, I'm the one that's going to torture you from my perspective, like in Revelation where God is torturing the people in hell or in the second death. But also, our human intuition is such that, I don't know, if somebody fiddles with your child or think about somebody like Hitler, right? You, in the afterlife, you're not going to slap them on the wrist, oh, you just didn't get it, we need to rehabilitate you, like, you got it wrong. No, like, we want to go Dexter on that person, right? Like, that's why movies like John Wick or Equalizer or like Dexter appeal to moral intuition pumps. That if you do horrendous evil, you need your just desert. You need to be punished severely. I think that's also what the Bible teaches. There's no getting away from that. Like this fancy schmancy, oh, it's just a purification of, you know, you dealing with your things and finally seeing how bad you were. So that's be it.
What happens when you're able to see clearly? What happens when the deception has been removed from your eyes and you can begin to see what you've done clearly and you don't have a warped sense of perception anymore? And then what if even God gives you the ability to see through other people's eyes what you've done? Maybe even give them the feeling that they had. Like there's so many different ways.
God blind them for that purpose. Finally, if you like, ta-da, this was my plan all along, including Auschwitz and shit.
I don't know.
I think that's.
Yeah, I think it was God's plan to allow us to wreak havoc. I think it was God's plan to let it look like, this is what it looks like when you guys rule. This is what your governments look like. You can't put together a good government because of what is inside of your hearts. It's consistently going to have corruption. And so, yes, in fact, it was, we are our brother's keeper. And here's what it looks like when that is the case.
God allows all this suffering so just so he can say, I told you so?
Basically.
Wow.
God allows all this suffering so that we have something to be able to call heaven, to be able to call paradise. Because until you have touched what it's not, you will not have the ability to revel in it, particularly for what we call eternity or for the ages.
There's stuff. I want to say two things. There's one. I think there's different like gradations.
Would you mind Wayfan getting one in there? Because like we've all spoken.
Yeah.
I know. Sorry.
Please let Elliot continue.
No. I think Wayfan waits patiently for an opportunity, and he should be afforded one.
All right.
Wayfan, John, go ahead. Go ahead.
In Bible, do you have the Abraham commanded?
I want to hear what Elliot has to say. Come on. Elliot is just way too nice to do a lot of bullshit. Let me speak. Yeah.
You're basically overriding my call, and I just finished telling you that I'm temperamental.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Get close to your microphone here. Actually, I want to give it some. I think it's very brilliant.
Isn't it in Bible you have the concept that Abraham was asked by God to decapitate his son? Do you have that story?
We do have a story that Abraham was told to sacrifice his son, but this story is, people do apologetics, and when they do apologetics, it looks much differently than how.
So you do have this story. So
what I'm trying to say, Wayfan, is that people believe that the reason why that was the case is because all the gods in the region were making child sacrifices, and this particular god was showing that he's going to provide the sacrifice. And so was
sure that he surrenders. So in that context, all these bad things that happens to humans can be justified by God wanting to.
What is the test of God is omniscient, my guy?
What?
God doesn't learn anything new. He knows all true processes.
You are learning. You are becoming a better person by these difficulties which happens to you through God. Imagine like God is giving you an exam. By passing that exam, you go to a higher class. By
Okay, I get it.
to a lower class.
God is showing you what is in you, but he already knows it. I get it.
No,
But that cannot be a justification for horrendous evil and suffering.
Can we bookmark Abraham's obedience and test? Listen, I see that you are tying that in to say that in this life and in this world, these sufferings are like tests, right? That's what you're saying?
Right.
And so either you do well in the test or you do not do well. Is that what you're saying?
Right.
How is that a justification?
What did you ask? What would your refutation be to what he said?
But I think Elliot was next.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
That's easy.
No, I'm sorry. Elliot, do you want to go, honey?
No. And I just asked Doug a question. I can go there first and then
I
Elliot.
just wanted to know, like, how would you refute this?
Easy. 2 fingers. You might know it's easy to learn. Oh, before I forget, first of all, I want to let Elliot talk, but I also want to super quick say to Selah, I sent you Eleanor Stump, Wandering in Darkness, and Marilyn McCord Adams, right? And they talk about beautic vision, right? And that is the idea you're looking for when in the afterlife, when God reveals all, we see the full picture and it makes sense, right? That's the word and concept you're looking for. It's in the book. You should really check it out. Go ahead, Ellie.
I will have that book probably the next time. Oh, well, not next time because you're in here. Just check back with me in about a week or so. I should have it.
All right, go ahead, Ellie.
All right, I got one for Selah and the second one for Dutch. So the first one for Selah is about goodness. I think there's multiple different kinds of goodness. I think in one case, think about you're sitting on your porch in your very comfortable rocking chair. It's like a bright, sunny, gorgeous day outside. You have your favorite iced tea next to you, and you have a good book to read, and you're very content, you're very satisfied, and the whole picture is good. And think about it, and take that picture of goodness and contrast it with the other one. Think of you're hanging out with your best friends, you're doing your favorite thing with them, you're having a great time. It's the kind of memory that you'll have for the rest of your life. It's one of your favorite, fondest memories. Like maybe the birth of your child, or like your wedding, or
peanut butter, jelly, sandwich. Yeah, we get it.
Yeah, so like these two pictures of
pleasure, good.
Yeah, I would say good rather than pleasure. I would say these two pictures of goodness are they're not equal. They're both good, but one's clearly better than the other, right? So I think so if that's true, then I don't think it's really necessary to have a place like hell to begin with, because maybe God could just say, if you do this thing, you can go to heaven.
Is that for me or Selah, by the way?
It doesn't mean choosing the wrong thing means go straight to hell. It could just mean that you get a lesser form of good. That could be the case. And then the other thing you, Dutch, is you talked about our human intuition towards things the John Wick stuff. Like John Wick does or Dexter does his thing against the bad guys, and you're like,
yeah, exactly. Yes. Or Tupac saying, revenge is the sweetest joy next to getting pussy, like Tupac said. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure everyone here watched the Jordan Peterson gangbang, right?
Danny was super rich in there. Danny's my bro, but he was super rich in there.
Everybody's watched Jordan Peterson getting gangbang.
Apparently,
no, but I will watch it.
I actually thought I love Danny, but I actually thought he was pretty cringe, to be honest.
Silence! Elliot answered the question. question. Hold on, Sarah. What are we doing? We're ignoring Elliot.
And he started.
Right.
I know. I'm answering his question.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. So as much as I am not a big fan of Jordan Peterson, particularly his, never mind. So Jordan Peterson said something interesting, and I think that most people think of hell like as this place that you go to, and heaven even as this place that you go to, and like you earn your all-exclusive pass, whatever. And Jordan Peterson says something very interesting about hell, and he's likening it more to an experience, right? Hell is a situation of torment that you want to escape from. And that's my understanding of hell. And we're saying you get sent to hell, you go to hell. There are things within us, experiences within us, positions within us, holes within us that we want to desperately get away from. There are things that, whether we realize it or not, on how they torment us, they do. Sometimes we think there are things that are good for us, and in fact, they're the things that are holding us in bondage, right? And those things are torment. They cause us to experience hell. And I think that in the afterlife, whenever, particularly under the frame of judgment, those particular things, like I've used the example of when this guy killed all these women, and they're like, you deserve to burn in hell, I hope you get tortured, you're the worst, and he doesn't even blink. And then this guy comes and he's like, you made me have to do the hardest thing to ever do, and that's to forgive you. I don't hate you. And like he bursts into freaking tears. And just the ability that love has for you to begin to feel the guilt and the shame of what you've done versus somebody who hates you and despises you and thinks your back should be cracked for how awful you are. Okay, I what did they say? Bloviated a little too long. So
that was not bloviating. That was a straight up, what is the word? Filibustering word salad that didn't address his. I'm perpetually baffled by you. Look, he actually asked you. He asked you a question about the hierarchy of goods and why could there not be state of affairs where there are just only a plethora of goods, right?
I forgot to address that part, but I'll go after you.
I can do it for you.
Okay.
Succinct, unlike how females do. Okay, so.
Don't test me, Dutch.
So, I won't test you, right? Because you're a bit testy, and yeah, I like to keep my testicles, so I won't test you because you're testy. Okay. I can go further with that, but I won't since you got the pen. All right. Okay. Here we go.
Succinct. Let's go.
Okay. So you are correct. Why not instantiate a form of heaven or state of affairs where there's only like a hierarchy of good, wise, evil needed? Solid, fair question. I think one of the answers would be, or could be, or should be, is that evils are allowed or are decreed, whatever you want to say, for a specific reason. There must be justification. And T. Moore's principle of organic unities, which Ewing uses, where some evils are necessary to generate certain goods that couldn't. Hold up. So there must. I'll give an example. So there must be true risk or danger or suffering for virtues like empathy and courage to develop, right? So that would be one answer. And a more brutal answer would be like, depend on what type of question you ask, is that where the good that comes from it is a God's glory, where he instantiates his holy and righteous attributes, right? And then we're right back at that, the Dexter and John Wick intuition bumps. So yeah, that's
terrible, by the way.
By the way, can I just point out, Sailor, really quick. I just want to point out that he said that you had filibustered and you didn't. He just filibustered himself.
Thank you, Tim.
I did not. Shut your face.
Also, Elliot, if
Dutch never filibustered.
The idea is to experience things that you're able to say, I don't want that. I don't want that. I don't want this. those experiences are what's going to make us appreciate wholeness, not decay.
Yeah, but
Speaking of, we're talking about evil.
No, Tim. I'm not talking about reasons or justifications for why evil exists in the world. I'm talking about why is it that people get sent to heaven and sent to hell? That's why do we need this motivation? Why do we need this motivation to avoid hell, or this motivation to go to heaven?
I was addressing what Taylor was saying. I agree with you.
Well, I'm saying Taylor wasn't addressing what I was saying.
Well, you saying there's motivation to go to, because once again, it's a destination.
Let him finish. My point, dude. The point is like you can create the motivation to do the right thing by juxtaposing like one good thing versus like a perfectly good thing versus like a run of the mill good thing. You can say like you do this thing, you get the perfectly good thing, or if you do this other thing, you get the run of the mill good thing. And there's you don't need hell for that to motivate.
I'm not just listen. Let's take hell and just bring it down to torment, things that torment us. In order for us to say, I want to be plugged in, I want us to act as one, I want us to move in wholeness, I think that the experience of not is what makes a free will desire to engage, and it's the substance that love is formed from.
He's saying Interpersonal.
Desiring to.
No, you're talking about hell again. He's saying it's not needed. His concept.
He's saying like what he's saying is it's possible that God could have made a world where you didn't have like evil or the idea that you're going to go to hell. It's just that you have like almost like you could think of it as like the bronze, silver, gold levels of good, right? And your motivation could be like I like the bronze level is a good level, but you see the motivation to get to the gold level or the platinum level, it still can motivate you to behave in a better way. I think that's what Elliot's saying, right, Elliot?
I think that God could have created the world, but then we would have to really examine what other things that world would tamper with. How much would it tamper with free will? That's number one. How much would it tamper with our ability to really actualize the desire to...
How does it tamper with free will? I don't get it. Can you explain that? I'm not trapping you. I really do not get it.
You can freely choose to stay in bonds or
Don't ask the psychopath a question and then start talking while you the psychopath asks the question.
I take offense.
Listen. Yeah. So the way that would be is that if I only offered you a green M&M, a blue M&M, a yellow M&M, but then I withheld the red M&M from you, then you would. The question would be is that did you even have a choice if I never let you have the choice of the red M&M?
That's a false analogy.
I never gave you.
It doesn't map on Elliot's view.
First of all, I said that we would have to examine how much that it would affect free will, and this is my first examination.
Listen, on your view, there's great as every knee will bow, so there's no free will at all on the universalism there. So there we go.
On universalism, it is all are elected to be saved, but they come freely. That's why I told you universalism is the only doctrine that is able to marry Calvinism and Arminianism. Everyone is elected, but they come freely. Both are.
But eventually they'll all come, right?
I want to ask that question. Are they determined to come freely?
Yes. Well, only because God is determined to win.
Yes. Okay, so that means that too is determined.
That's an actual rhetorical question.
So the idea is that God has determined that He will win everyone over in the end, but He is going to win them over freely. The question becomes, how long is God willing to wait on everyone? An ion, an eon, perhaps? And like, at what point does God say, you know what, you're just a lost cause. I'm not able to get you where I need you to go.
Say, I couldn't have done otherwise.
how
Can they do otherwise?
Yeah, could he have done otherwise?
Could he have done otherwise?
Could he have done
Done otherwise?
Yes.
Where? Checkmate.
Oh, wait, only to this limit, right?
I'll say like.
Listen. Let me lay it out. Let me lay it out. Whoever needs to hell up. What needs to happen? Everybody mute up for a second. Everybody mute up. Thank you. Okay. So, even to me, what makes the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit each their own person is because they have a will of their own. Now, the thing about their will that makes it the same will is that their will is made of the same substance, but they have their own will. And what makes, they all have their own will, but what makes it one will is that they're all submitting one to another. All of us have our own will, but because we are going to submit, like our
I get it, but can they all
Hold on, I'm about to start.
All right.
Don't do this, dude. Like, you literally make me lose track.
There wasn't pause.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I'll mute up.
Okay, so what happens is that just like Jesus, the Son, and the Father, they have their own will, but what makes them submit their will unto one another is the knowledge of the truth. That submitting to each other in love is what makes you operate functionally. So what I'm saying is, in the end, when all of us are put into our right operating systems, we freely will desire, just like them, to submit our wills unto one another.
It's ridiculous.
Although
that's compatibilism. It's determinism.
Own free will, when you have mixed your own free will with the ability to calculate the highest good, when you have your own free will and you have the ability to now calculate the best good, what is your free will going to inevitably decide? So what I'm saying is they could choose differently, but they won't want to. That's my
The amount of metaphysical assumptions you make are just insane.
This is my closing statement. They have the free will to choose something different, but they won't want to because of the knowledge and the truth that now gives them a new perspective. Thank you very much.
That's literally compatibilism. Yeah, that's literally compatibilism. Say high five.
No, don't. It's like determinism. It's not entirely.
Yourself.
That is the essence of compatibilism.
Okay.
Is what I just laid out.
How did you see that as compatibilism?
Yes, please.
Okay, because they freely choose X. They could not have done otherwise, right? So it is determined. So X is always going to be obtained, even though they freely choose it. It's kind of like Frankfurt experiments.
Yeah, but then would you say, like in God's knowledge, it has already been, from God lens, it's determined, but from the human lens, it would be like a successive acts because we don't know the all knowledge of God.
That's okay. So from God's point of view, and also true propositions, it's already set, right? Yeah. But He knows. So Selah and Andrew are going to say, like Molinist, He knows what they will freely do. He knows already what they will freely do, right? But I'm saying, so from an epistemic point of view of the knowing subject, they might not know what they're going to do yet. But after deliberation, after weighing reasons for A over reasons for B, at some point what they will do is determined, right? So on Selah's point, once they see the light and they see the full picture, right, and then they make an assessment of what to do.
Bullshit, you know? Please, I want to get
bring your ass around.
Don't insert yourself into the equation. Timothy, don't insert yourself into this situation. It's very rude.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's my fucking point, you fucking.
Wait a minute.
Whoa.
Mind your fucking Dutch business. You
fucking
Timothy.
bastard.
I love you.
No, they said no. He has to fucking learn. He does this to other people's conversations. It's fucking.
He
No,
needs to learn.
We've been engaging. We've already been
I don't give a shit. I don't care. I'm doing it to annoy him.
Timothy, please.
I love you, Timothy.
I asked him a question, Timothy.
He's got it. He's got the chip on his shoulder.
We should ruin
He
it.
has the chip on his shoulder.
He did.
Okay, please take a seat.
good.
You know, chill out.
I might do the Timothy. I'm gonna come through like a wrecking ball.
Yeah. No, mine's Dutch David today.
Are you feeling okay? Sit your bitch ass down. Marcus, what was the question?
Timothy, are you Dutch David? Are you driving in a tulip field? Timothy?
I'm actually chilling. I'm not working. I'm just
No, I'm talking to Timothy David, not Dutch David.
Driving around.
It's noise trolling. This is a mock noise trolling. Wow.
Sorry. Hey, I'm Dutch David. I'm walking through the blue light district right now.
Red light?
Trying to find someone to spend my morning with.
You're also interrupting everybody else's conversations.
Yeah, I know, bro. And this is what this fucking dickhead does. He comes to conversation. I know what this is.
I was asked a question.
Are you slow or what? I don't care what you're doing. The fact that you're having a conversation that you want to have, and someone else is coming, who hasn't been fucking invited into the conversation, but shit, bullshit, man. This shit's so strange, lady. I understand this shit, man. It's fucking irritating, isn't it? It's irritating, isn't it? When no one asks your fucking opinion.
Okay. You're not going to do anything over the internet. You're not going to do anything over the internet, so just calm down with your bitch ass. Alright?
It's fine. I'm going to ruin your conversations. Anytime I get the opportunity, you're going to ruin them.
Well, that's petty as hell. He's not cooperating.
So now why did you do it then? This fucking annoying as hell. Why did you do it? You dickhead.
What are you talking about?
Why do you do it? When no one asks you a question, two people are having a conversation, you can't ask the question. Why are we talking about this, man? Why do you do that?
He's really insinuating right now.
Why do you do that?
Look, you made
What are you talking about?
Why do you do that?
Are you talking about today or yesterday?
When I was talking to those Christians about black and white Jesus, you go,
Oh, yeah. Do you want to hear the answer?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, then it's a rhetorical question. So this guy is a mob. He's noise trolling. How are you guys going to allow this?
Well, at first I thought it was about something.
And no one could do nothing about it.
There's more to it than I
No one could do nothing about it, Dutch.
Are you like
No one
12 years
could
old? Are you 12 years old?
Yeah, my name's Dutch David. I'm a fucking 12-year-old, yes.
Okay.
What if I need little bitch you are?
Something else happened in another room.
No, you know what?
What do you do?
What do you mean petty, fucking spastic? Why do you do it?
You want an answer now?
Yeah, go on.
Daniel, did you tell me to stop or for me to stop it? Daniel.
Alright, sorry, now I'm going out my system. Sorry about that.
Oh wait, did you drop him?
Yeah, just when he started responding to me.
Okay. Timothy's like.
Yeah, you can bring it back up, yeah.
No, he's already gone. What happened right now?
I'm not that I was just in a Christian heart. To be honest, I just come out of the gym. I'm a bit hyped. I drank 2 monsters, but
A bit high?
I was having a conversation with some Christians, yeah. Then he comes in the room and just goes like, you know how he does? He's just like, because I'm not a mod and it's like a Christian room, he just like takes over my conversation. I was like, this isn't important. He's just trying to rage bait Christians. He's trying to bait you into this thing. Don't listen to him. And I was like, bro, mind your business. It's got nothing to do with you. And he's like, oh, and he just kept like fucking giving his opinion. And his opinion was like, you shouldn't be talking to him. He's not serious. And I was being serious. Like, obviously, I think it's like, why Jesus? Why? It doesn't matter what I said. The point is that like the second I'm not alone in a room and he does his narcissistic and I can't tell him, yo, don't stop and like, let the conversation flow. Just straight away he tries to bulldoze my conversation. I'm just like, okay.
Gotcha. Okay, it all makes sense.
It's very annoying. And I get it, he's like got ADHD, he's a narcissist, but no, it's disrespectful.
Well, it's kind of true saying that. He does try to steer the conversation.
Well,
However,
like
he sees
from
it, he
our
wants to start saying, "Oh, this author and this," and he does steer it a lot. He does.
from ours, like we were having, a lovely conversation, and you came in, but now in context, it makes much more sense.
He came into the fucking room half awake, interrupted the entire room when he was groggy. And I said, "Bro, don't have your coffee." And he was going on incoherently.
Some of us take it like a cartoon character.
What sense does that tell us? What sense does that make?
It has been 52 minutes that guy has been speaking.
He's a fucking retard.
Brett comes in the room half asleep and he's like, super quick, super quick. And that's very funny. You guys don't think so, but some of us think it's just ridiculous.
It's actually not funny when it's not funny when you're actually trying to have a conversation with people that aren't him and they don't have the power. I'm not a moderator, so I can't move him down or tell him to stop and force him to listen. And he just actually hijacks that conversation. But not to make a point or not to start another conversation, just to literally tell other people, don't listen to him. He's trying to troll you. He's trying to trick you. It's like, bro, if you're not interested in the conversation, fuck off.
No, I get it. It all makes so much more sense now.
Maybe Timothy's what do you call it? The belt for the Frame Lord heavyweight belt is maybe challenged by Dutch.
Were you there, Elliot?
Dude, if you think Dutch is anywhere near Timothy, that's ridiculous, my guy. That's ridiculous.
Why are you kissing?
Dude, it's not kissing. It's just 100% like. One day, I'll put it this way. One day, there were Sikhs who got really upset on me at a YouTube channel, and Timothy said something I'll never forget. After going back and forth of them saying, "Oh, I'll bring this person, I'll bring that person," Timothy said, "Okay, we'll end this. Bring your champions. You Sikhs, bring your champions, and you'll go against Lysa." When I hear y'all try to compare that guy to Timothy, I'm thinking, dude, that's not your champion. You don't want that guy in the ring. He's gonna get knocked out. Period.
That shit, what? Look that fucking shit, what?
We're gonna lose that fight.
We're gonna lose the ring.
What time is it now?
Timothy's great team with me. So what's going on?
No, I'm hyped, obviously, but I swear, I'm gonna fuck. But I think I even said it to him. I said, I'm gonna fuck you up the next time. The next time you go to him, I'm gonna fuck your shit up. It's like, bro, he does this thing where, I know he can't control himself. He's got ADHD, but it's actually really annoying. Think about it, and he doesn't stop. You'll be like to him, okay, cool, fine, thank you for your opinion. But no, come on, guys, I think we could be talking about something better, man. We're a group of Christians. Actual dickhead.
So it's 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time.
There should be about.
It should be about what?
If the room started at 2 p.m. Pacific, then the 12-hour limit will hit 2.5 hours.
Andrew's going to start a new one now.
I think we should. There's.
Yeah, I'll reboot. I'll bring that. I'll reboot.
Andrew, my witness. Andrew, you were there in the room with Dutch when he was trying to.
He left, but bring it up another.
No, I'm saying Andrew was in the Catholic room where Dutch interrupted my conversation.
I think you should reach out to Nargis real quick, Timothy.
Why?
Because I think she took it like you weren't hearing her. She was trying to tell you that she had asked Dutch a question, and maybe I'm wrong about it, but maybe just reach out, make sure everything.
No. I'm a student of Paul. Women shouldn't be asking questions. I don't think she should have a right to ask a question. Nor do I think you should to say that. We're on the subject. I am. I'm gonna.
That's my boy.
In 52 minutes of that guy talking, can anybody say that they honestly feel he brought up a
He has nothing fucking interesting.
Yeah.
He's horrible.
He is not a champion.
No bad.
Do not die on that guy. get shot.
So
That is fucking plain and simple.
Why? I invite you to ask yourself, why are Cloud, Timothy, Secular, Selah, Sam, Daniel, Michaela, and JCC in a room tonight? Do you think they're here to exchange ideas, potentially convince each other,
Here comes the biggest hater on Clubhouse.
and actually change?
Have you been practicing this all day? You've been practicing this in the mirror before you got here, right?
See, why? It's exactly dialect like that, discourse like that.
He called you. He ran it by me first. I know exactly what he's gonna say.
Why?
I think you meant to say dialogue, but moreover, sorry. I think you really meant to say word.
Yeah, and why? What you'll see is they're here for entertainment. They're here for dopamine. Cheap
What are you here for? Do you mean to say white stuff?
I'm here for dopamine.
If you address me, please say white stuff. Thank you.
Please and thank you. Please and thank you. The room's about to end. Don't say anything too important. So, you're not.
I guess it was like it was a thing I was going to say to Josh, but I think Salem would have found that interesting too. It would have been nice to keep it in this room rather than free.
What did you ask? You asked me. I pretend to be Sailor. Go on.
All right. Well, let's see. Okay. Put on your Salem.
I got you. Don't worry. I got you. Trust me. I'm ready.
I was gonna say to Dutch, like, let's see, I'll call it a thing. Right, yeah.
Hey, hurry up, Elliot.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Please.
Hang on. I'm doing Sailor. Let me do my Sailor, bro. Come on.
That was me?
Yeah. It was good, man.
No, not at all.
Check the repeats and then check how you sound after he stops and you
Right, yeah, exactly. You might not even be able to tell the difference.
Do it again.
I mean, I could.
Do it again. Do it again, dude.
Y'all are I hate y'all. Click the link.
Sorry.
Don't even front. That was like
Y'all have 10 seconds or less to click the link.
Okay.
Less.
Alright, you're not allowed to order people either. No questions and no order.